From the CSI Softball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II softball coverage live on the ECC Network. In today's non-conference matchup, the College of Staten Island Dolphins take on the Golden Knights of the College of St. Rose. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman, alongside my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo. And Andrew, the Dolphins are coming off a pair of tough losses yesterday in conference play against Queens College. They look to bounce back in non-conference play here this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. They faced some heat pitching yesterday, Joe, from Dilday of the Knights. I mean, she went both games full, only gave up the one run to the Dolphins. They're definitely going to want to look to wake up the bats today here against St. Rose.
No question about it, Andrew. The Dolphins scored just one run yesterday, and that came on one of the most unorthodox home runs we will ever see, an inside-the-park home run by Anissa Acosta, accounting for the Dolphins' lone run yesterday. But I think a big takeaway from yesterday's game, and really a takeaway from yesterday's game moving into today's game, is how will the Dolphins bounce back. Their postseason hopes took a massive hit yesterday against Queens College with 2 losses. How will the team respond in non-conference play here this afternoon?
Well, again, they're going to have to wake up the bats. Yesterday, they just couldn't get it going around the bases. They couldn't get on base too much. And today, they face a team that, the team ERA, is not as good as the Knights had yesterday. So they're definitely going to look to take advantage of that. And again, they need to get on base. They need to get on base early, and they need to get on the scoreboard early.
Well, speaking of those Dolphin bats, Amelia Funston, Anissa Acosta, Alyssa Acosta, each had multiple hits against Queens yesterday. But as I said, the Dolphins managed just one run in those 2 games. However, the Dolphins did score 3. Last time they faced the St. Rose team, you and I got a look at this Golden Knights team down at the spring games earlier this season. That was one of the games where our internet cooperated. We were able to stream video for that game, and it was a good one. The Dolphins really plagued by a late error and a base running miscue in that game, but they very easily could have picked up a win. They'll look to avenge that defeat here today.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. As we get set for the national anthem, they're definitely going to look to avenge that defeat down in Florida. That was an intense game that we saw, and we were able to cover down in Florida.
And we will break for the anthem when we come back. Dolphins and Golden Knights. And we are back from the CSI Softball Complex. This has been a brief McDonald's pregame show as we are set to get started about 7 or 8 minutes early here at the College of Staten Island. We've talked a bit about the Dolphins ahead of today's game. Very quickly, let's touch on the Golden Knights ahead of first pitch. Leading hitter for the College of St. Rose, Madison Chandler, hitting at .387. Alexandra Dieter, the team's second leading hitter, comes in hitting at .289. She had a couple of hits against the Dolphins down in Florida when the Golden Knights played the Dolphins back in March. Isabella Milazzo picked up the win in that game, allowed just 2 runs on 3 hits in 5 1/3. She leads the Golden Knights in just about every starting pitching category this season. Wins, games started, innings pitched, and much more. As Alexis Miramontes will be the starter for the College of Staten Island in this game. She finds the zone for a called strike one to open up this game. Miramontes did not pitch yesterday, so she comes in fresh. This is also the first look the Golden Knights will get at Miramontes this season as she misses with ball one.
That could work to the Dolphins' advantage. They didn't see her in Florida, and yesterday Miramontes got the day off for that doubleheader.
Leading things off is Sienna Phillips. She's ahead in the count here, 2-1. Pitch on its way for Miramontes, and that misses for ball three. An early 3-ball count for Miramontes. We saw a lot of that in game one yesterday, and it's a 5-pitch walk to open up the game.
Not how Miramontes wants to start this one, Joe. She just couldn't seem to find the zone on that one. She's going to want to bounce back quickly here to open this game.
We've seen Miramontes start off several of her starts this season with command issues, but once she finds her rhythm and hits her stride, she becomes really tough. It's getting through that first inning in most cases that has been the issue. Ellen Fuda is the batter, and she takes low for ball two.
That's 4 straight balls from Miramontes.
Here comes the 2-0. That's a called strike. Alexis Miramontes comes in, having appeared in 21 games, including 17 starts. She's pitched to a 4-10 record with a 5.98 ERA. They throw behind the runner at first, but that throw was a bit low for Noth. And the count runs to 3-1. 66 2/3. Miramontes has allowed 106 hits, 63 runs, 57 of those earned. She's walked 31, has now walked 33, and has struck out 25.
Yeah, opening 2 batters for St. Rose, getting on base via the walk. Let's see how Miramontes and the Dolphins can bounce back from this.
Maddie Bland will be the batter. 2 on, nobody out, and Bland takes a strike. Miramontes getting her first chance to work from ahead in the count. And that misses outside. Bland showed bunt on that last pitch. The Dolphins defense right now in a normal alignment, but with Bland showing bunt, Moore came charging in from third. And that's bunted off the backstop foul as the count runs to 1-2.
Yeah, and Elizabeth Moore looked a little bit more alert there on that pitch as well.
I'll have to re-angle myself at some point. The MAC is blocking my view of third base. I'm a bit further back than Andrew. That made it worse.
That made it worse, okay.
As that is in for a called strike 3. And Bland goes down looking for the game's first out.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Just what the Dolphins needed. Miramontes with a great bounce back pitch there to get Bland and the Dolphins first out via the strikeout.
Golden Knights cleanup hitter Madison Chandler will be the batter. As I mentioned during the pregame, she is the leading hitter for St. Rose. She gets ahead in the count here, 1-0. Team leading 11 RBIs on the season for Chandler. And she fouls that pitch back. One ball and 1 strike to count on the Golden Knights first baseman. This next pitch will be number 17 for Miramontes. Now, Louis Matron, our statistician, is serving as our producer today. He was talking way too low. He tried to tell me something. Couldn't hear it. as that catches the inside corner. High throw to third and a late throw to second as both runners move up on a stolen base.
And St. Rose takes advantage of the high pitch there, able to advance the runners.
Long look in from Miramontes. Comes the 1-2. That misses outside. Miramontes, 18 pitches, just 7 strikes. Here comes the 2-2. And that's lined into shallow center field for a base hit. 1 run is in to score. Throw to the plate, up the line, it gets away and rolls to the fence. That will bring home a 2nd run, and Chandler is into 3rd.
Well, big base hit from Chandler, and that's going to bring home not 1 but both runs for St. Rose as the throw home gets away, out of range for Mayer. She's got to go get it at the backstop, and by that time, both runners are able to come home, and St. Rose has an early 2-0 lead, Joe.
That play was a disaster for the Dolphins. It looked like that was going to be a 1 RBI single. Instead, it turns into a 2-run error as that misses outside. 2nd run probably doesn't score if not for the throw. And Chandler is likely on first base, which means the double play would still be alive. That's taken on the inside corner for a called strike by Alexandra Dieter. Dieter, the only Golden Knight with multiple hits last time St. Rose faced the Dolphins. And now Dieter is behind 1-2.
Miramontes finding her spot here in this at-bat. She needs to cash in. It would be a big out here if she can strike her out.
And that pitch sails way upstairs. It's a big out right here if Miramontes is going to limit the damage to 2. And that's hit sharply on the ground up the middle for another Golden Knights base hit. Chandler is in to score, and it's an RBI single for Alexandra Dieter as the College of St. Rose takes a 3-0 lead.
And another base hit, once again up the middle. That one rolls into the outfield to bring home another run, and St. Rose off and running here in the first inning, already up 3-0.
Isabella Milazzo, the batter, and she takes low for ball 1. Milazzo will be the starting pitcher in this game. And she has a 3-run lead before stepping into the circle. And that's lined to right field. And the catch is made as the runner is doubled off first. Not sure if Dieter didn't know how many outs there were or if she thought that was getting down, but nonetheless, it's a double play to bring the top half of the first inning to a close. Dolphins come to bat for the first time, trailing 3-0.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island, where the Dolphins fall behind by 3 runs early. And on that last play in the previous half inning, I'm not sure if there was confusion about how many outs there were, or if Dieter thought that ball was getting down, but now that error on the throw-in from the outfield looming a bit larger, as the Dolphins could have been out of that inning having allowed only 2 runs instead of 3. Eileen Balderas leading off for the Dolphins in this game. We've seen her hit third. We've seen her hit some cleanup and bat 5th. Not sure we've seen her lead off at home this year. I don't believe so. Dolphins shuffle the lineup around just a bit. Balderas is leading off, followed by Alyssa Acosta, Anissa Acosta, Amelia Funston, Elizabeth Moore, Natalia Knopf, Victoria Whalen, Rianne Mayer, and Mariah Carcano will bat 8th today. Meant to say 9th. Carcano will bat 9th today.
A little unusual. We usually see her lead off the order.
A lot of times you'll see coaches look to put batters with high on-base numbers and speed at the bottom of the lineup, even if they are one of your better hitters. Carcano in a bit of a slump right now, but still one of CSI's best hitters. Balderas ahead 3-1, looks at a strike.
Well, Balderas has faced 5 pitches here so far. She's looked at all 5.
3-2 the count on the Dolphins shortstop. Payoff pitch on its way, and that's fouled back. We'll do it again, 3-2. Dolphins looking to recover from an early 3-run deficit. Here comes another 3-2 pitch, and that misses high for ball 4.
Well, Dolphins get their first batter on via the walk, just like St. Rose did. And let's see if they can get something together here, just like St. Rose did, and get an answer here.
Back-to-back walks open this game. And the Golden Knights took full advantage. The Dolphins draw a leadoff walk in their half of the first. And now Alyssa Acosta will look to make something of it. She had a nice game in Game 2 against the Knights yesterday, 3 for 3. First pitch here is taken for a strike. Not only did Acosta go 3 for 3 in that game, she hit the ball hard. Here comes the 0-1. And Acosta goes up the ladder. She's behind 0-2.
Now Acosta looking aggressive here in this at-bat, already behind 0-2.
She chased that one. That pitch was a bit high. 0-2 the count on the Dolphins' left fielder. And that's taken outside. Looks like there was a piece of metal. Okay, so there was a piece of metal on the field.
There was.
Near the batter's box. However, that was not the reason for the stoppage. There was an issue with Malazzo's delivery. As that pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike 3.
Unfortunate for Acosta. She was aggressive here. Dolphins got their leadoff runner on in Balderas, and Acosta just a little too aggressive there in that at-bat. Gets the Dolphins first out.
That will bring up Anissa Acosta. As I mentioned during the pregame, she had that inside the park home run yesterday. 2 hits in Game 2 as well. That pitch is fouled away. TJ comes in hitting above the 300 mark for the first time this season, 301. That pitch catches the outside corner. They throw behind Balderas, who gets back. Now, I mentioned it earlier in the season. Acosta is on pace right now, if she plays here 4 years, to break the Dolphins' all-time home run record. Tomorrow night, the record holder, current record holder, will be inducted into the Athletics Hall of Fame. Caitlin Flynn will be inducted into the CSI Athletics Hall of Fame tomorrow, along with 5 other inductees. Joe Barisi, Pat Daddio, Melissa Gilardi, Tony Petoza, and Jordan Young will enter the Hall of Fame tomorrow night. As Acosta fouls that one away on another half swing. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And how fitting would it be for Acosta to hit one big one in this one, or at least today in one of the doubleheader games?
Well, she gets another this year. She is well on her way to etching her own place in the record books. I believe she had 5 home runs last year, if I'm not mistaken. May have had 6. I'd have to double check the numbers from last season, but she has 5 this year. Comes the 2-2, and that's up and in for ball 3. Balderas was running, and she is safe. Now, that throw was there with plenty of time. They just missed the tag.
Yeah, unfortunate for St. Rose. Dolphins will take it.
Three and 2 the count. And that's fouled away. This next pitch will be the 8th of the at-bat.
That foul ball went right off that tall lamppost to our right.
Last season, Acosta hit 6 home runs. She now has 11 for her career. 3-2 pitch on its way. And that's hit well to deep left center field. Did she get all of it? And that's at the base of the wall and under the tarp. I thought they might call that ball dead. Instead, it's an RBI double for Anissa Acosta. And the Dolphins have cut into that Golden Knights lead. It's 3-1.
Well, you're going to get another look at it here on the replay. She got all of that one into the left center gap, and that's going to get the Dolphins into this game with a run. Big hit for Acosta there.
Initially, I thought that ball may have went under the fence, but what happened is the ball landed at the base of the wall and then bounced up and under the tarp that covers the outfield wall. I thought maybe they would call it dead, but it did not get stuck in that tarp. Immediately came back down to the turf. But not before Acosta cruised into second base and Balderas scored. Dolphins back to within 2. Our score now 3-1. And Amelia Funston is ahead in the count, 1-0. That misses inside for ball 2. And Andrew off the bat. I thought that ball was gone.
Yeah, that definitely had a chance, Joe, and goes right off the tarp along the wall there, as you said. Definitely had a chance. Speaking of home runs we were talking about earlier.
She got just under it. That ball was hit very high up in the air. To get it that far, with that much air under, it's impressive enough. And for the Dolphins, that extra base hit brings them to within 2. Two and 1 the count on Amelia Funston.
Funston had a few big hits yesterday.
And that's hit well to right center, but Funston got under that one. And the catch is made for out number 2.
And Acosta staying put over there at second. And is right underneath it in center for the second out. Dolphins still with Acosta over at second, bringing Elizabeth Moore to the plate here.
Dolphins with a chance to pull back to within 1, but they're going to need a 2-out base hit. And Moore fouls that pitch away. Moore comes in hitting at 198. Does have 16 RBIs. That's third on this Dolphins team. Spent a lot of time hitting 3, 4, and 5 in the lineup. Count now even at 1 here. One and 1 on its way, and I think Moore got a piece there on the checked swing.
She did.
Count 1 and 2 now. There'll be a brief conversation in the circle as well. Mashab having a word with Isabella Milazzo. One and 2 the count on Moore. And that misses outside. If Moore can keep the inning going, Natalia Noth would be next. Noth had a big hit last time the Dolphins faced the Golden Knights. And that's chopped to the left side. It's stopped, but no throw to first incoming. And Moore is on with an infield single.
And the Dolphins will extend the inning here as Moore gets the infield single. That ball chopped softly over towards third, and the throw down to first was just going to be too far off to make, and so Moore is safe in at first.
That was a nice stop over at short to keep that on the infield, but not enough to keep Moore from reaching. And Noth looks at a strike. Maddie Popolo over at shortstop for the Golden Knights today, making that last play. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That misses high. Both teams with a couple of hits in the first inning. Dolphins looking to make it a couple of runs right here. 1-1 coming. That misses badly.
Way in the dirt. Noth gets ahead in the count, and she's really going to look for her pitch here with runners at the corners.
This next pitch will be number 32 for Milazzo. And that also misses badly up and away. The count now 3-1. Here comes the 3-1. And Noth holds up the swing and takes ball 4.
Noth, another one to extend the inning for the Dolphins, this time with the walk. And she earned that one with a hard battle at the plate. And the Dolphins now with bases loaded to bring Victoria Whalen to the plate. I don't believe she had an at-bat yesterday.
She did not. It's a big spot for Whalen. Conversation in the circle ahead of this at-bat. That discussion is over. Whalen steps into the box, and the Dolphins have a chance to get even or take the lead here in the bottom of the first. First pitch on its way. And once again, Milazzo misses badly upstairs.
That one had to be handled up high by Fuda.
Want to know the count. Pitch on its way. And that's lined the other way softly on the ground. And the play is made over at second base for the final out of the inning. Dolphins strand the bases loaded. They trail by 2 after 1. Our score, St. Rose 3, Staten Island 1.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins trail 3-1. Both starting pitchers forced to work very hard in that first inning.
Both teams with a pair of hits in that first inning, and a big difference was that error on the throw back home in the top of the first, in which allowed 2 runs to score for the Golden Knights. And, of course, the 2 walks they had to lead off the game.
Ultimately, with the base hit that followed the error, they would have had the second run, but they would not have had the third. That's where the error comes into play. Chandler was going to stop at first on that base hit if the Dolphins had successfully cut that throw off and not tried to encircle. Start the second, Miramontes falls behind 3-1 again. Maddie Popolo, the batter, she grounds one to short. Balderas has it, and Popolo is retired for out number 1.
Well, the Dolphins get it done for out number 1 there. That was chopped on the ground right over to Balderas there, over at short. Throw down to first. Easy enough to get the first out.
First pitch to Madison Muller, misses for ball 1. Muller comes in 9 of 56 on the year. Golden Knights hitting just .213 as a team on the season. And if you're Miramontes and you know that, you definitely don't want to be issuing walks. But as we said before, once she gets through the first inning, she typically gets stronger. We'll see if that holds true once again today. Count now 2 balls and 1 strike on the St. Rose left fielder. And that's hit well out to right, but Whalen is right there, and she makes the catch for the second out.
Well, Dolphins definitely doing a better job here as Miramontes and crew making quick work here in the top of the second. 2 up, 2 down for the Golden Knights.
Two away in the road second. This big swing and a miss by Nayana D'Amelia.
Now, 1-2-3 inning for Miramontes here could really be a big boost of confidence for her going forward. What a bounce back inning that would be.
She threw 25 pitches in the first inning. Count 1-1 here. That's hit slowly to short. Balderas has time. Throw just a bit wide. And they will say Noth was off the bag.
That was interesting.
I certainly didn't think so.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 8, Sienna Phillips.
That will give a chance to Sienna Phillips. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 1. Phillips walked her first time up. That's hit softly past Noth and into right field. D'Amelia will go first to third, and the Golden Knights now have runners on the corners.
Unfortunate for Noth as she was there with the glove, and it just skips right by it. I think it hit her glove and rolls into the outfield. And once again, the Golden Knights find another way to extend the inning.
Well, I can tell you one person in the building who thought for sure that Noth's foot was on the bag, and that's the scoreboard operator, because according to the scoreboard, we're in the bottom of the second.
I think it was more than them.
Yeah, I think you're right. I definitely did not see her come off the base. And it could prove to be a big call, as that's fouled away. Ellen Fuda with a chance here to make that call, big one. She's behind 0-2. Miramontes looking for a big third strike. That sails up and away. Throw goes to second, and the runner is safe as the ball gets away.
Once again, another good throw down towards second and just could not handle it. Down at second are the Dolphins. St. Rose now with runners at second and third.
I might be needed at the scoreboard. We'll see. That misses outside. Well, they have to update the score. The question is, it will go. Do they need me? As that's hit well to right center field, and that will land in the right center field gap for an extra base hit. One run is in to score, and all the way to third goes Ellen Fuda with an RBI triple.
That was a big one, hit all the way into the right center gap.
Number 6, Maddie.
And Fuda goes all the way to third, bringing home another St. Rose run, extending the lead to 5-1.
And talk about a call that seemed to be, at the time, not too important. That has very quickly turned into a big call. Instead of a 2-run game, we now have a 4-run game. And that pitch misses outside, but the throw was just a bit wide. And that was enough, according to the infield umpire, to pull Noth off the base. And that is in for a called strike 3. So Maddie Bland goes down looking, and that will end the inning. Golden Knights do strand a runner on third, but they score 2 more as the Dolphins now trail 5-1, headed to the home half of the second.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Home half of inning number 2 coming up from the CSI Softball Complex. Dolphins now trail 5-1. Rianne Mayer will lead things off for CSI, and she looks at a strike. Comes the 0-1. That's fouled away.
Dolphins were able to find an answer in their side of the first after the 3-run start by St. Rose. Let's see if they can do it again here in the bottom of the second, as now they trail by 4.
That's fouled away. Mayer in a 2-strike hole here. And again, she fights that pitch off foul.
She sees 2 strikes, fouls 2 off. Getting aggressive here to open the inning for the Dolphins.
That misses outside. Long look in from Milazzo. The 1-2 is hit hard. Over to short. Played on one hop by Popolo, and Mayer is thrown out at first.
After a big battle by Rhiannon Mayer, she able to hit one hard over towards short. But no problem for the Golden Knights. They're able to handle it for the first out. That brings Carcano up to the plate for the first time today, which is weird because we usually see her lead off.
Carcano will bat here with one out, and the base is empty in the second inning. And she looks to bunt. It's a good one. And Carcano is safe. Good effort over at third base to make that close. But Schaub could not get the throw over in time. She did all she could. And Carcano has a one-out bunt single.
Absolutely, and beautifully executed there. All the credit to Carcano on the bunt. Perfectly placed. You'll see it again here on the replay, and she's just able to get in safely.
And Balderas looks at a strike. That misses outside. Balderas walked her first time up, ultimately came around to score the first Dolphins run. She came home on the Anissa Acosta double. That's fouled away. One and two the count on the Dolphins shortstop. That misses high. Dolphins have made Milazzo work early. She's thrown 46 pitches so far. Here comes the 2-2. And that's ball three.
Great eye there by Balderas to take that, and she is battling here in this at-bat. She's worked it to a full count here.
That's fouled away again. Count is full on Balderas. She continues to battle. Foul territory. And out of play.
What a battle here by Balderas in this at-bat. Protecting there once again.
This next pitch will be number 8. Here comes another 3-2 pitch. And again, that's fouled straight back.
Third straight for Balderas.
Balderas continues to battle Milazzo here. Another 3-2 is popped up. Foul ground, and the catch is made, charging in from third by Schaub.
Yeah, Schaub really had to charge on that as she put the Jets on, able to get to it. Unfortunate end to a great at-bat by Balderas. What a battle there. And they are able to get the second out. The Golden Knights do.
Alyssa Acosta will be the batter. And she looks at that pitch outside. Acosta with a base hit. Or I should say, Anissa Acosta had a base hit her first time. Ahead of her, Alyssa Acosta. 0 for 1 to this point. I'm not sure they've hit back-to-back all season.
I can't remember a time, even in Florida or here.
2-0 the count on Acosta. She shows bunt and takes a strike. Two balls and one strike the count on the Dolphins left fielder. That misses high for ball 3. And now Milazzo's having some command issues again.
Finding ways to get through it, Milazzo, but once again, Dolphins really making her work for it here, especially here in this second inning.
That sliced foul. Milazzo's pitch on its way. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. And Acosta goes down swinging. Dolphins strand 1 on base. They trail by 4. Heading to the third. St. Rose over Staten Island, 5-1.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back for the third inning. And the first pitch of the inning is lined to shallow right, where Whalen makes a sliding catch.
Well, 1 pitch, 1 out, and in great fashion there by Whalen. She goes down to 2 knees to grab that one, sliding in the grass to make the catch. What an effort there by Whalen.
That pitch is in for a called strike. Alexandra Dieter, the batter. She's 1 for 1. Singled home a run in her first at-bat. At the time, that put the Golden Knights up by 3. That's hit slowly to short. Balderas throws across the diamond in time. That's a nice play by the Dolphins shortstop for out number 2.
Now batting, the pitcher.
And Whalen made a good play for the first out, and this time Balderas makes a good play and gets the second out. 2 up, 2 down for St. Rose.
That pitch misses low. That's chopped to the left side. Long throw for Balderas this time, and it's right on target for the third out. Golden Knights go down 1-2-3 in the third inning. Dolphins come to bat, trailing 5-1.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Anissa Acosta will lead things off for the Dolphins here in the home half of inning number 3. Dolphins trailing 5-1. As that pitch sails up and away for ball 1.
Dolphins are going to look to take advantage of getting right back to the plate here with a quick defensive inning. They got St. Rose down 1-2-3 in their side of the third.
And Acosta looks at a strike. Acosta has been swinging a hot bat lately. That includes that base hit you mentioned earlier. She doubled home a run. Had a few more hits yesterday as she takes up and away. Acosta ahead now 2-1. Malazzo's been working from behind in the count for much of this game. And that one fouled straight off the umpire's mask.
Oh, boy. Loud pop right off the front of the mask.
I think it seems like it sounded worse than it was because it did not sound good.
Definitely. You heard the whoa from the crowd, too, behind us.
Acosta heading down the third baseline for a word with her head coach to give the home plate umpire some time. Here comes the 2-2. And that's smoked into the right center field gap for another extra base hit. Acosta heads for second, and she is in standing with a leadoff double.
Wonderfully executed there by Acosta. She gets all of that ball and just takes it and rips it, no mistake, into the right center gap. Standing at second here with nobody out. Dolphins are in business here.
2 at-bats and 2 doubles for Anissa Acosta. That will bring up Amelia Funston. And Funston looks at that pitch out of the zone for ball 1.
You said it, Joe. Malazzo now really experiencing some control issues coming in now to this third inning, carrying over from the second.
Comes the 1-0. That sails upstairs. Funston in the driver's seat here, ahead 2-0. And she offers it that pitch and tips it. Barely got a piece into the glove of Fuda for strike 1.
Still ahead in the count here and definitely wants to take advantage with Acosta standing at second. Nobody out in the inning.
And that's off the outside corner for ball 3.
Great spot for Funston here.
Three balls and 1 strike, the count on Funston. And she fights that one off foul. Another full count. This time on the Dolphins' designated hitter. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. And that is a foul ball initially. Thought that hit Funston, but it hit the bat.
That hit the knob of the bottom of the bat. Wow. What are the chances?
Much greater than a ball getting stuck in the fence like we saw yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what that fence looks like down near the visitors' bullpen, but that's a 1 in a million as Funston hits one in the air to center. The catch is made by Phillips for out number 1.
Phillips right underneath it, and that's a big out for St. Rose after the leadoff double from Acosta. That ball was hit hard by Funston. A good catch out in center field there for the first out for St. Rose.
And that's a situation where, if you're the Dolphins, you'd really love to move that runner over to third.
Yeah,
that doesn't do it. That will.
That definitely will.
Yep. Commentators jinx. The entire table in unison. Couldn't hear Lewis, but you have to take our word for it.
Dolphins will take it for sure.
1-0 the count on Elizabeth Moore, and she fouls the next pitch back. Milazzo up to 72 pitches working here in the third inning.
That's incredible.
Dolphins have put together some good at-bats in this game, but have not come through with the big hits with runners on base. And they need more to get this run in here. Runner on third, less than 2 outs. I always say you have to get those runs in a high percentage of the time. Here comes the 1-2. That's high for ball 2.
Well, good eye. She's looking for her spot. She wants the right pitch there to bring home Acosta from third, and even just a fly ball deep enough into the outfield to bring her home.
And that is in for a called strike 3. Moore goes down looking, and there are 2 away.
And that's a big out for the Golden Knights and a huge strikeout for Milazzo. Milazzo has been struggling the last few batters for the Dolphins, and that's a huge strikeout with Acosta standing over at third and only 1 out in the inning.
Dolphins have already left 4 on base in this game. And that's blooped on the infield, and Noth will come through with an RBI infield single on a ball that took a very awkward roll right in front of second base. 2 infielders overran it for the Golden Knights.
Yeah, that just slips by. You saw the second baseman run right past, and she slides, and the ball slides right past her hand somehow over by the second base bag. And that was a very odd play. The Dolphins will take it, though, and they come within 3.
The middle infielders slid in opposite directions, converging over the ball. The ball managed to elude them both on the backspin. What an unusual base hit, and the Dolphins will certainly take it.
Dolphins with as many hits now in the game as St. Rose and still trail by 3.
And Victoria Whalen looks at a strike. That evens the count at 1. And Whalen takes a ball. Two balls and 1 strike to count on the Dolphins' right fielder. Knocked the runner over at first. There's a big swing and a miss by Whalen for strike 2.
Whalen was looking for it there. Looking to drive one. Milazzo now just 1 strike away from getting out of this, just giving up the 1 run.
Comes the 2-2, and Whalen takes ball 3. Three balls and 2 strikes to count. Payoff pitch coming. And that's cued toward the circle, and Milazzo makes the running scoop as she tosses to first for the final out. But the Dolphins do get 1 run back. They now have 5 hits in the game. That matches the Golden Knights, but CSI still trails by 3 as we move to the 4th.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Subbing in for the Dolphins, number 21, Sabrina Caffel.
Change for the Dolphins over at third base. Sabrina Caffel enters the game for Elizabeth Moore. That change just announced over public address. First pitch of the fourth inning from Alexis Miramontes is in for a called strike. That's chopped toward third. Early chance for Caffel, and her throw is right on target for out number one.
Well, Caffel comes right into this game and gets tested early. Is that ball chopped right to her? She makes no mistake, gets the nice throw down to first for the first out quickly here in St. Rose fourth.
That was not a routine play. That was hit slowly. She had to hurry.
Definitely.
Made the play look easy. That pitch misses low. Madison Muller at the plate. She's 0 for 1. Miramontes threw 25 pitches in the first. Has since thrown just over 30, so she's been a bit more efficient the last 2 innings.
Working a lot quicker, too.
Dolphins had a tough call go against them at first base that I think, here at the desk anyway, we would agree was the wrong call. As Costa handles that at second, and there are 2 gone, but they also had an error in the first. Very easily,
The right fielder, number 7.
this could be a 2-2 game.
100%.
Without the error, and if that call goes the other way at first, we're tied. But the Dolphins still have plenty of time in this game. The last team that the Golden Knights faced was American International College, and Andrew, you and I both remember what happened last time the Dolphins faced them.
Oh, yeah.
The Golden Knights played AIC on Sunday. Split a doubleheader in conference play as that's lined off of Caffel's glove, and that will go down as a base hit.
And Caffel nearly had that, just popped in and out of her glove. Unfortunate play. Luckily, the Dolphins are on top of it, and there's still 2 outs in the inning.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 8, Sienna Phillips.
That ball was smoked. And if you're Caffel, you get into the field. Early chance, slow hit grounder. You have to charge in and throw to first, and then you have a rope hit right at you. As that's hit out to right, Whalen is there, and she makes the catch. So, once again, the Knights go down quickly, or I should say the Golden Knights. They do get a base runner on the 2-out hit, nothing more. And the Dolphins will come to bat, trailing 5-2 in the fourth.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Brianne Mayer will lead things off for the Dolphins here in the home 4th inning. CSI trailing by 3 runs. And Mayer takes a strike. Mayer 0 for 1 in this game. Batting out of the 8th place in the Dolphins order today. Mariah Carcano hitting 9th behind her. Mayer asks for time behind in the count 0-1.
Lazo still out there in the circle for St. Rose. They do have Samantha Allen working in their bullpen right now, or did.
That bullpen's been pretty active so far in this game.
And she's there.
And Mayer swings and misses at that pitch for strike 2. Here comes the 1-2. That's popped up on the infield. And that was far from routine, but play is made by Popolo coming over from short.
Yeah, Popolo had to really come over from short there as Dieter kind of lost sight of that. And Popolo came to her aid, and luckily they're able to get the first out.
Dieter is looking into the sun. Popolo was not, and I think that's what factored in on that play. Good job by the Golden Knights shortstop to back it up. That's the first out. Carcano will bunt, but it's right back to the circle, and she's retired on 1 pitch.
Yeah, she tries to get on the same way she did in her first at-bat, and this time not as successful, and that's 2 up, 2 down for the Dolphins quickly here in their side of the 4th.
That will bring Eileen Balderas to the plate. Balderas 0 for 1. Reached on a walk back in the first. And Balderas takes inside. That pitch almost hit her. Here's the 1-0. That's smoke through the hole on the left side for a 2-out hit. Balderas has her first base hit of the game, and that will bring up Alyssa Acosta.
Yeah, big one to keep the inning going. She ripped out right in the hole past third. And she keeps the inning going for Alyssa Acosta.
Acosta is 0 for 2 at the plate. Struck out a couple of times. And she takes a called strike on the outside corner. And Acosta looks at that pitch up and away. That last pitch, number 90 from Milazzo.
Still just in the 4th inning.
That sliced foul. She went 5 1/3 against the Dolphins back in March down at the spring games. She's already given up twice as many hits in this game. Allowed just 3 back on March 7th. And Acosta takes ball 2. Comes the 2-2 pitch. That's chopped on the infield. And the tag is applied to Balderas. And that will retire the side. Dolphins get a 2-out hit, nothing more. We head to the 5th. St. Rose leading Staten Island 5-2.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins trail 5-2. Helen Fuda hits one to short. Balderas has it. Throw in time. And there's another quick out for Miramontes.
Yeah, Miramontes starting to work quickly here through these last few innings. And she gets a quick first out here in the top of the fifth for the Dolphins, and that's exactly what they needed here.
That pitch popped up. Foul ground. Caffel is there. 2 outs. And very quickly, Maddie Bland goes down on 1 pitch. 2 pitches, 2 outs.
Number 5, Maddie Chandler.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want if you're Miramontes and the Dolphins. Get them right back to the plate. Still within striking distance here, down 3 runs.
Madison Chandler will be the batter. And she takes a called strike. Chandler is 1 for 2 with an RBI. Here's the 0-1. And that ball is smoked and caught by Acosta. On the run with the backhand. She saves an extra base hit. And Miramontes is through 5. Dolphins trail by 3 when they come to bat after this break.
Stop to make sure someone is okay. Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us.
To intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Anissa Acosta leads things off for the Dolphins here in the home 5th. She gets ahead in the count 1-0. Acosta 2 for 2 with a couple of doubles in this game. And that pitch misses outside. Acosta ahead 2-0 very quickly here. Palazzo may choose to be a bit careful in this spot. And she does miss high, so TJ ahead 3-0 now. Have to think she'll take at least one. Comes the 3-0 pitch. That's a called strike.
Wind taking your water down, Joe?
Perhaps. That's the worst it does. I'm all right with it. Yesterday it had us engulfed in dust. I left here unable to see. So I came better equipped today. It's too bad our viewers can't see me. 3-2 the count on Acosta.
That is too bad.
Here's the payoff pitch. That's down low for ball 4. So for those who are wondering, today I'm going by Joker, Joeker. I have a face mask covering the entire lower half of my face that has the Dark Knight Joker smile. So at least no one can say I wasn't working while smiling today. Service with a smile from behind home plate. It does obstruct my voice a bit, so I'm pulling the mask off my face while we call the action. As Amelia Funston pops one up. And the ball was dropped, but throw goes to second. And Acosta is out.
Interesting play there. As That was a pop-up infield there, and it was just dropped. It was bobbled a bit and had to be dropped. But they do get the one out as, of course, Acosta had to run over to second, so they were able to get that first out.
Looked like she may have snow-coned it a bit and then lost it, trying to trap it with her second hand. That will bring Sabrina Caffel to the plate for her first at-bat, and she takes a strike. Milazzo now up over 100 pitches in this game. Caffel has had just 11 at-bats this year. She's 1 for 11. Behind 0-1 in this plate appearance, and she takes off the inside corner. Funston, the runner at first, traded places with Acosta. And Caffel fouls that one back. And that's to the backstop. Funston takes off for second, and the throw is not in time.
Funston takes advantage of that. Sailor way up high to the backstop. Nowhere near Fuda to grab that. And Funston now over at second.
Count now full on Caffel. Natalia Nath on deck. And Caffel strikes out swinging.
Once again, Milazzo finds a way to get through it, and that's been the story of this game for her as she continues to work in that circle for St. Rose, gets a big second out of the inning to bring Nath up to the plate.
2 gone now, and Natalia Nath will be the batter. And Nath looks at a strike. Nath is 1 for 1, drove in a run with a pop fly single on the infield that had some wicked backspin last time up. That made it a 5-2 game, and that remains our score. And the Dolphins will send a pinch runner into the game. Sophia Dodonna will pinch run for Funston.
Now coming to pinch run for the Dolphins, number 2, Sophia Dodonna.
She comes in to run with a 1-1 count on Nath. Dolphins looking to chip away at this Golden Knights lead. And Nath takes a strike. Milazzo looks to the dugout ahead of this 1-2 pitch. That misses high. There's a big at-bat in this game for the Dolphins if they're going to stage a comeback down to their final 7 outs. Comes the 2-2. And Nath fights it off foul.
And Nath has power. We've seen it. She's looking for her pitch here to power one and bring Dodonna home to make it a 2-run game.
And Nath takes strike 3 called. And the Dolphins strand a runner in scoring position. No runs home in the inning, and we head to the 6th. Dolphins trail 5-2.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Sixth inning from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins trailing 5-2. Alexis Miramontes still in the game for the Dolphins. After a tough first inning, her pitch count entering this inning just 67. That's 55 less than her counterpart through 5.
Yeah, very unusual. Almost 50 pitches less than her opposing pitcher in black and gold.
All while trailing 5-2. Not often you have a pitcher well over 100 pitches through 5 that is in line to win, but that's where we stand right now. Wind picking up here.
It certainly is.
I have to watch my paperwork. I already lost it in the pregame. This has popped up. Dust flying everywhere, and Balderas makes the catch.
Yeah, Balderas with the wind had to keep track of that. With the dust flying everywhere, had to make sure that that ball was coming down, and she was right underneath it with her glove for the first out.
With the kind of week it's been for me, I'd be out there with goggles. We polled the crew and asked if goggles would be overkill, and most of you guys agreed yes. Not the answer I wanted to hear. Now, is the mask overkill? With the smile, no? Okay, good.
That's a cool look, I'd say.
I appreciate that. That pitch catches the inside corner. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Isabella Milazzo at the plate. She's 0 for 2. And make it 1 for 3 as that one hops the fence. Carcano tracks it down. Throw goes into second, not in time. And Milazzo is on with a 1-out double. And it looks like that might do it for Alexis Miramontes.
Well, Milazzo's having some sort of a game here, up over 100 pitches in the circle and still going, as we presume. And she takes that ball and rips one in the left center gap for a big base hit for St. Rose.
And here comes Alexandra Frenza out of the Dolphins bullpen. She will take over for Miramontes when we come back. Frenza takes over in relief. Dolphins trail 5-2. You don't have to send us to commercial when they change pitchers. You can just throw the box score on the top.
Number 1, Caitlin Baker.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. Alexis Miramontes out of the game for the Dolphins. Alexandra Frenza in. And the first batter that she will face is Maddie Popolo. Popolo 0 for 2. And she takes a strike. Count even at 1. Miramontes on the hook for the runner on second base. Finished with 75 pitches, but despite allowing 5 runs, she pitched pretty well in this game. Probably should have allowed just a couple. As for the second time today, Second time today we've had a violation against a pitcher. One has gone against each team for double tapping the foot ahead of the delivery. There's a swing and a miss, so were it not for the violation, that would have been strike 3.
Very unfortunate for the Dolphins there.
That's fouled away. Now, earlier in this game, on the infield, we had a call that really hurt the Dolphins over first base. That led to 2 runs in the second.
Yeah, me and Lewis here have a good vision down the first base line.
And the Dolphins are not going to be happy about how this call turns out, as a strikeout becomes a hit, and Noth could not throw the ball to second, because if she had, she would have struck the umpire.
Oh boy.
Oh boy is right. Oh boy is right.
Number 2, Madison.
Yeah, that's not good on the. That's not a good look on the blue there.
Well, in Major League Baseball, we had a situation where a relay throw from the outfield did hit an umpire. So they have to be very aware out there. And fortunately for the umpire in the Major League game, he was able to turn out of the way and it hit him in the shoulder. It's a good thing Noth was paying attention. If Noth turned around and threw that ball, there's a very good chance it hits the umpire.
Very dangerous.
And who knows where the ball ends up. On top of potential injury, the ball could end up in the outfield somewhere and a run could score. Lou says the umpire got hit in the head. Well, he finished the game, Lou. One and one the count here as that misses way upstairs. Madison Muller at the plate. She's 0 for 2 in the game. Niana D'Amelia behind her is 2 for 2. And Frenza is now behind 3 and 1. That's ball 4.
Well, once again, Golden Knights taking advantage of every break and finding ways to extend the inning and just keep getting on here, and they do it there with a walk. Once again, this time on Frenza.
And that's bunted toward the circle. Both runners will advance. Throw goes to first, and D'Amelia is retired. You guarantee Phillips an at-bat with that bunt, but already leading by 4 to bunt with 1 out. Maybe D'Amelia was bunting for a hit, but she was 2 for 2 swinging.
Yeah,
I didn't see it coming, that's for sure.
Interesting call there.
That pitch is popped up. That was a little closer than I expected.
A little louder than I expected as well.
First flinch of the day for Andrew.
First flinch of the week.
Okay.
Get it right.
He made it 5 2/3. You were doing a lot of flinching last night watching the Devils play.
Oh, I don't want to talk about that one.
It's okay. I was doing just as much watching the Knicks play.
Yeah, that wasn't good either.
Commentators jinxed the Knicks by saying, "Let's go Knicks," as we signed off yesterday. Lewis off mic is right. It is Marquise's fault. Sienna Phillips, the batter. And she swings and misses for strike 2. Count even at 2 now. Phillips is 1 for 2. A base hit here breaks this game wide open. Friends are looking for a big third strike. And that won't be it.
Yeah, it just misses a bit high there for Frenza. Now full count.
Mayer tried to frame it. Frenza does not get the call. First base is open, but a walk would load the bases. Here comes the 3 and 2. That's hit in the air. Shallow in left field, and Balderas ranges onto the outfield grass to make the catch. So 2 runners stranded on base by the Golden Knights. They do bring 1 home, And they lead Staten Island 6-2, heading to the bottom half of the 6th.
This is Mambo number 5.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Bottom of the 6th inning here at the CSI Softball Complex. 7, 8, and 9. Whalen, Mayer, Carcano due up for the Dolphins. They now trail by 4. That sliced foul. We had 3 runs come home in the first inning for the College of St. Rose. One of those unearned. 2 came home following what appeared to be the third out at first base in the second inning. And then 1 comes home in the 6th after the Golden Knights are afforded an extra strike on a pitching violation. That resulted in a ball, and they go on to extend their lead to 4. 2-1 the count on Whalen here, and she takes up and away for ball 3.
College of St. Rose definitely has caught a lot of breaks in this game. Big reason why they're up by 4.
And the 3-1's up and away for ball 4.
Well, great way to lead off the inning. No better way, actually, to get a base runner on. And Tori Whalen gets on with a walk.
And that will bring Rianne Mayer to the plate. And Mayer fights that one off foul. Mayer is 0 for 2. Dolphins need a couple more base runners to bring the tying run to the plate. That misses high. Comes the 1-1. And Mayer fights that one off foul.
Milazzo up to 120 pitches in this game now, Joe.
We've seen action in the bullpen throughout the game for the Golden Knights. Different players throwing at different times, but doesn't appear they're close to making a pitching change as Mayer takes low for ball 2.
The whole dugout, College of St. Rose, thought that was a strike.
Count even at 2 on Mayer. Milazzo's pitch on its way. That's way upstairs for ball 3. Payoff pitch coming. And Mayer fouls back another one. Well, if Mayer can get on here, the Dolphins are in a great spot. They have Carcano batting out of the 9th place in the order. She's on deck. And then back to the top of the lineup, where you have Balderas and the Acosta sisters. So Mayer can really set the table for a nice inning here if she can get on. Whalen already on first. Here comes another 3-2 pitch, and that misses for ball 4.
Well, Joe, she's able to do it there, which as Rianne Mayer now is able to earn the walk, just as Whalen did. And as you said, Dolphins now in a huge spot with 2 on and nobody out, and Carcano at the plate.
Carcano 1 for 2, has tried to bunt in each of her first 2 at-bats. And this might be all from Milazzo. And we will have a pitching change here. And with that, we'll head to a quick break. Dolphins trailing 6-2. Have the first 2 batters on here in the home 6th. Two on for the Dolphins to open up the home half of the 6th. Mariah Carcano, the batter, and she takes high. As we have a new pitcher for the Golden Knights, Samantha Allen into the game, appearing for the 13th time this season. That includes 2 starts in 29 innings. She's allowed 27 hits, 19 runs. 18 of those earned. Check that. 19 of 21 runs earned, 27 hits in 29 innings, 12 walks, 21 strikeouts. So during the break, I tried to remove my mask, and I didn't get it back in time. Got caught up a bit there as we came back. My microphone was a bit high. And Carcano is now ahead 3-0. And once again, we have a pitching violation.
Wow.
That's the 3rd time today.
Unbelievable.
This game has been brought to a halt 3 separate times now.
On 3 separate pitchers.
You're right. All 3 pitchers who've been in this game have been called for the same violation. Comes to 3-0, and that's ball 4. And that wasn't close. Dolphins have the bases loaded and nobody out. And Eileen Balderas coming to the plate.
What a chance here for Balderas. Nobody out. Dolphins with the bases loaded down 4. And they are very much alive in this game.
Oh, and 1 the count on Balderas with that foul ball. That's in for a strike. Balderas very quickly behind 0-2. misses high. Comes the 1-2. That's fouled away.
Good chance for Balderas there as the off-speed pitch. She was waiting for that. Got a piece of it. Just couldn't get it straightened out. Just tips it away. Foul.
Comes the 1-2. That misses down and in. So Balderas has worked the count even at 2. Bases are loaded. Still nobody out. Dolphins will have their best hitters coming up here. Balderas followed by Acosta and Acosta. And Balderas fights off another one foul. Allen on the season, 21 strikeouts in 29 innings. Milazzo coming in had 72 in 67 and a third. Allen could really use a punch out. As that's popped up again, foul ground, out of play. Balderas continues to battle. Next pitch will be number 8 in the at-bat.
She knows what she can do here with the bases loaded.
And that's ball 3.
Nowhere to put her, Joe.
3-2, nobody out with the bases loaded. And Allen has to go after Balderas in the spot. Once again, my mask gets caught up in my mouth. Here comes the 3-2, and Balderas strikes out. One away in the inning, and Alyssa Acosta will be the batter.
That's a huge strikeout for Allen in the circle. It's got to be nerve-wracking having the bases loaded behind you and nobody out. She stays composed and gets a big strikeout and keeps everybody in place to bring Alyssa Acosta to the plate. Now, St. Rose has a chance to get out of this inning unscathed.
They certainly do. Acosta takes a strike, throw behind the runner at third offline. Now, the good news for the Dolphins is that barring a double play, Anissa Acosta will get a chance. And I don't think Alyssa Acosta is a double play candidate, so Dolphins should get their hottest hitter a chance. Comes the 0-1. That's line foul. These two teams played a very close game earlier this season. They're locked in another battle here. Dolphins hoping to make it a bit closer. They trail by 4. 0-2 the count on Acosta with the bases loaded and 1 out. Pitch from Allen on its way, and that's chopped toward the middle of the diamond. Mayer gets out of the way, and they lose the play on the bobble. It's short. And I think Mayer getting in front of that ball on the baseline had something to do with that, as the play was lost by Popolo over at short.
Yeah, and I think that definitely had something to do with it, as you see it here on the replay. That was a bit distracting for the throw down to first. And so the Dolphins will collect a run and come within 3.
Error on the play for St. Rose in that spot. The run comes home. And now Anissa Acosta will bat with the bases loaded. She represents the go-ahead run at the plate. And the Dolphins trail by 3. We've seen Acosta hit a grand slam here before. Comes the 0-1. And that's hit sharply up the middle for a base hit. 1 run is in to score. Carcano being waved home, and she will score. The throw gets away. Acosta goes to third, and she is out.
Oh, wow. What a play.
An unnecessary risk there taken by Acosta, and she is tagged out at third. The Dolphins are back to within a run, but that really changes the complexion of this inning.
Absolutely. Once again, see it here on the replay. Acosta rips this one right up the middle. It's going to bring one home. And then, of course, Carcano comes home as well to make it a one-run game. Throw down to third. Will get an out, though, for the second of the inning.
Well, they say never to make the first or third out at third. That was the second out. But Acosta was out by a pretty considerable margin. It wasn't that close of a play.
Now, you can see it pretty clearly on the replay as well.
I have a really bad angle here behind the plate as that's chopped to second. They'll go to first with it, and that will retire the side. But the Dolphins get 3 runs in the inning and are back to within 1. They trail 6-5, heading to the 7th.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends, live sports and watch parties, to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
We are back for the 7th inning of play. Dolphins now trail just by 1 to enter this 7th inning. Dolphins with 3 runs in their side of the 6th to come within and make this a ball game, as this was ripped down the line by Fuda for a foul. And she's quickly behind 0-2 here to Frenza, who will try and get through this inning quickly and get the Dolphins back up to the plate, just down a run. The 0-2 to Fuda. Off-speed pitch misses. Fuda not fooled, and it's 1-2. College of St. Rose now, as that's a swing and a miss by Fuda for the strikeout and out number 1. A big out there for Frenza.
The designated player, number 6, Maddie Bland.
That'll bring Bland to the plate. And what a big strikeout for Frenza to open up this final inning of play. Right on time for Joe to come back into this call.
Yep, just had to take care of some scoring decisions from the last half inning. Officially, of the 3 runs the Dolphins scored, 2 will be earned, with the assumption that on the error at short, they would have had an out at second, and that Carcano would have been out and should not have scored. As I get back settled in my chair, count 1 ball and 1 strike. Maddie Bland at the plate. And she takes ball 2. So in that last inning, Dolphins get 3 runs back. Potentially could have had more, though. That last ground ball that ended the inning certainly posed the possibility that they could have turned a double play if there was only 1 out, but can never assume that.
And now College of St. Rose, as I was trying to mention before the strikeout, they're in a situation all of a sudden they need some insurance now.
That's knocked down by Frenza. Glove flip to first. In time. By a step.
Just by a step, Joe. And let's get another look at it here on the replay, as that was real close over there at first, but
that was really close.
Are able to get that second out.
I don't think there was a definitive correct call either way in live action. What do you think?
That's as close as it's going to get.
I wouldn't want to be the infield umpire on that one.
No.
That's fouled away. Madison Chandler at the plate. She's 1 for 3 with an RBI in this game. Alexandra Frenza looking to keep the deficit at 1 and give the Dolphins a chance in the home 7th. Count even at 1. That misses for ball 2. Comes the 2-1. And that's in for strike 2. And Andrew, for the 4th time today, pitching violation.
Wow. You got to wonder if this is going to continue into the second game as well.
Well, the umpire on the infield will switch with the umpire behind home plate, so I'd be inclined to say no. I just
never know, though.
I just have a hunch we won't see it again in the second game. Just a hunch. And that completely changes the complexion of the at-bat in that spot. Frenza got the foul ball, but instead of 2-2, the count ran to 3-1. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat. That's ball 4.
And Golden Knights find a way to get on base yet again via the walk again. And I believe out of those 4 violations, 3 of them went against the Dolphins. Only 1 against College of St. Rose.
Well, the first one went against St. Rose. Then we had 1 against each Dolphins pitcher. And did we have 1 against St. Rose with the new pitcher? No, right? We did not. Okay. So all but 1 pitcher that has entered this game has been charged with the violation on the pitch. At the plate here is Alexandra Dieter. She's 1 for 3. Drove in a run. Back in the first. Check that. That may have been in the second. And indeed it was the first. We have the line for the game, but not in which inning each event occurred, as that swung on and missed. We have to go to the play-by-play for that.
And once again, Frenza just 1 strike away from getting out of this.
1-2 the count. Frenza's pitch coming, and that's way upstairs.
Frenza just 1 strike away from limiting no runs here to St. Rose in the 7th. And
that's hit in the air, foul territory. And Kaffel makes the catch for the 3rd out. Dolphins will come to bat, trailing by 1 in the home 7th, 6-5 our score.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
And we are back for the 7th inning from the CSI Softball Complex, where Elizabeth Moore has re-entered the game for the Dolphins. Moore will bat for Sabrina Kaffel, who came on as a defensive replacement. And Moore takes ball 1. 1-0 the count on Moore. Pitch from Allen is in for strike one.
From this angle, that looked a little inside, but did catch the zone. And even count 1-1 now.
For the Dolphins in the 7th inning, 5, 6, and 7 due up. That's chopped to short, hits slowly. And the throw to first is in time for out number one.
That was a chopper in the dirt. Nonetheless, St. Rose able to handle it, and they get the first out. Dolphins down to their final 2 outs of this game. Still just trailing 1 run. And a big hit from Noth could change the whole complexion of this game.
Dolphins need a base runner here. Otherwise, they'll have to tie it on a long ball. And Noth takes the off-speed pitch down and in. Allen took a lot off on that pitch.
That's as off-speed as it's going to get.
That was a slow pitch. That misses for ball 2. Noth ahead 2-0. Think she has the green light here?
I think so.
And Noth takes a strike.
Still a bit in the driver's seat, though. Up 2-1 in the count here.
Still a good spot. Comes the 2-1. That missed badly.
Trying to go off speed again. Once again, it's low in the dirt.
Three balls and 1 strike to count. And that's chopped to second. Handled there. Throw to first in time. And there are 2 away.
Well, once again, that had to be handled on a hop as that was chopped through the dirt. No problem for Dieter over at second. Dolphins down to their final out.
Dieter was forced to move to her right and make that play. Not exactly routine, but she was able to make the play. And Whalen takes a strike. So it's left to Victoria Whalen here. Dolphins still trailing by a run. Comes the 0-1. And Whalen fouls it off. Dolphins down to their final strike. Comes the 0-2. And that's hit hard into right field. That's down for a base hit. Throw comes to first. And it gets away, but Whalen's not going anywhere. And the Dolphins have the tying run on base.
Yeah, great job by Whalen with nobody on and 2 outs. Dolphins down to their final out. And she says, I'm going to extend this game further, and rips it into right on the ground for a base hit to bring Rianne Mayer to the plate. Try and get the Dolphins right back into this game.
Jessica Carrion will pinch run for Whalen.
Number 25, Jessica Carrion.
Rianne Mayer will be the batter. An extra base hit could tie this game. One big swing could win it. Carrion with good speed over at first. Would likely score on any extra base hit. That's grounded to third. Foul ball. Mayer behind 0-1. Allen looks toward her dugout to get the pitch call. Here comes the 0-1. And that off-speed pitch misses. Another very slow pitch.
Allen really trying to get that off-speed pitch working. Just can't seem to hit the zone with it.
Kelsey Strayer throws a very similar off-speed pitch for the Dolphins. Here comes the 1-1. And that's on the inside corner for a called strike 2. Comes the 1-2. That's chopped right back to the circle. Throw to first in time. And the ball game is over. Golden Knights hold on for a one-run victory against the Dolphins for the second time this year. They won down at the spring games 4-3 back in March, and they take game 1 of 2 from the Dolphins here today by a final score of 6-5.
Yeah, Joe, and the Dolphins definitely kept it close once again against this College of St. Rose here, this time in their home field in Staten Island. And, you know, they fell behind very early, but they were able to work it back in this game as they kept Milazzo working in the circle. They were able to have a strong fifth inning, to get 3 runs back, or sixth inning rather, get 3 runs back to make this a one-run game. And St. Rose was just able to hang on in the end for a one-run victory.
A lot of different things in this game could have gone a different way for the Dolphins. That call at first base, of course, was one. Some pitching violations that afforded extra strikes. And, of course, the big one, getting thrown out at third on that infield miscue by the Golden Knights. The ball just got away a bit as they got the ball back in on the infield following a base hit. Alyssa Acosta tried to go to third on that play and was thrown out. That was out number 2. The Dolphins would have had first and second with just 1 out, trailing by a run. Instead, they only had a runner on first with 2 outs, trailing by a run. They did not score and had scored for the final time at that point as they fall 6-5. So, Game 2 coming up next here on CSI Sportsnet. I will be joined on the call by Nick Bavona. This has been Joe Foreman alongside Andrew Rotundo with the call of Game 1. In approximately 30 minutes, the Dolphins take on the Golden Knights in the second game of today's non-conference doubleheader. This is NCAA Division II softball coverage on CSI Sportsnet, a proud part of the ECC network.
Baker.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex for Game 2 between the College of Staten Island and the College of St. Rose. First pitch of the game is sliced foul by Caitlin Baker. Baker gets the start in center field here in Game 2. She will face Madison Edwards in the circle for the Dolphins. Edwards comes in having appeared in 12 games, including 6 starts, 0-5, 6.44 ERA. 29 and a third, 50 hits, 39 runs, 27 earned. She's walked 9 and struck out 10. Opposing batters hitting .362 against her. Once again, this is Joe Foreman on the call alongside Nick Bavona. I was joined by Andrew Rotundo on color commentary for Game 1. This is the last of 4 games in the last 24 hours for this Dolphins team. Count 2 balls and 1 strike on Baker. That's popped up on the infield. And Morris got it for the first out.
Nice start to the inning for the Dolphins. A quick pop-up to record out number 1.
Third baseman, number 17, Emma Schaub.
That will bring up Emma Schaub. Schaub was in the field during Game 1, but did not bat. Schaub comes in 1 of 46 on the year. She takes ball 1.
Edwards trying to help the Dolphins split this doubleheader today. Looking for a good start here.
And Edwards finds the zone with that pitch for strike 1. These two teams have faced off twice this year now. As that's hit sharply, that's a foul ball. Golden Knights have taken the win by a single run in both games. And in both games, an out at third base was crucial. Back in Florida, there was an out at third base, with the Dolphins trying to make a comeback. Same thing in Game 1.
Yeah, just an unfortunate sequence there for CSI. Costa getting tagged out at third. And really, the difference maker in that Game 1. They'll look to fix that here in Game 2 and at least split this doubleheader.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count. That's taken low. That's chopped toward the middle. Valderas has it, and she throws to first in time. Valderas made some nice plays in the field in Game 1. Committed a big error yesterday, but has bounced back nicely.
Yeah, the Dolphins are really looking for some good defense down the stretch of the season. They got a nice play there from Valderas, and now quickly 2 away here in the top of the first.
We mentioned that the Dolphins' playoff chances took a hit yesterday. They are not eliminated. They would need to win at least 3 of their last 4 conference games, including both against Mercy, to have a chance. As that's grounded through the left side for a base hit. Isabella Milazzo on with a 2-out single.
Milazzo was a starter in game number 1, got into trouble late in that game, but was able to hold on to get her 7th win of the season. She gets a single here with 2 away.
That will bring up Madison Chandler. That's hit well, deep to left. Foul ball. And PJ Anadio can't believe it. Well, Nick, we can't see it.
I'll do my best, but you're not going to really see it on the replay.
You won't see anything on the replay. You can't see the left field corner. But PJ Anadio was certain that was a fair ball. And after...
Here's a quick look, Joe.
Well, I can't see it. You can walk our viewers through it.
It's a good shot in the left field, but the only disadvantage for the replay is you can't really see down that left field pole and couldn't really get a good view from here. So we'll have to go by the umpire's word. It's foul ball. Count right now is 2-1.
Now, eventually, and eventually could mean next year, could mean 2 years from now, we hope to go wireless in terms of our video feed without running a 100-foot HDMI cable. As that pitch misses up and away. But if we can go wireless, we would then be able to have multiple camera angles with replay. So we'll see if the budget allows for that. I know Alberto, if he's watching, is cringing. But maybe one day we'll get there. As that pitch is in for a called strike 2, and the count is now full.
Milazzo will be running on the pitch here, full count at 3-2.
That's chopped to the left side and straight through the legs of Balderas. Runners being waved home. Throw to the plate is in time, and now we have a rundown. And tagged out on the play was Milazzo. So the Golden Knights take a big chance there on that ground ball through the legs of Balderas. It does not pay off. And the Dolphins escape the first inning unscathed. No score. Headed to the bottom of the first.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
And we are back here at the CSI Softball Complex as we will get another look at the play which ended the top half of the first inning. Nick, walk our viewers through it.
So it's a ground ball under the legs of Balderas, goes into left field. Acosta is going to pick up the ball, throw it to Balderas. Balderas throws it to Mayer, and then Mayer is able to tag out Milazzo going to home on the rundown to get the final out of that inning and preserve a run from coming in for St. Rose. Scoreless game going into the bottom of the first.
For the Dolphins, back to a more regular look for them in terms of their starting lineup, as Mariah Carcano will lead off. She will be followed by Anissa Acosta, Eileen Balderas, Amelia Funston, Alyssa Acosta, Elizabeth Moore, Rianne Mayer, Avery Mockery, and Sabrina Caffel.
That lineup will face Hannah Breen for this Golden Knights team. On the year, she's 2-5. 11 appearances, 8 starts, does have a complete game, 6.02 ERA, and 43 1/3 innings pitched. It's allowed 56 hits, 33 runs, 29 earned, 24 walks, and 33 strikeouts.
Count even at 1 on Carcano. Here comes the 1-1. That's it right back to the circle, and that got through Breen, and Carcano is on.
Nice job by Carcano to reach on that one. She's able to reach with an infield single to get the Dolphins a runner on first.
Think that was a hit, Nick?
I don't think you can necessarily count that as an error.
I did. Play it again. We'll get a second look at it, or at least you will. Now's the time if Lewis was ever going to chime in. He gave it an error.
Okay.
Though he looked at me first, so I don't know if that was his initial inclination.
Here's a quick look at it.
Well, if you want to unmute Lewis and let him speak, now's the time.
Thanks for having me, fellas. It was definitely a routine play at the pitcher's mound, and the ball just goes in her glove and right out. I'm going to give that an error.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't a routine play at the mound because the mound's over at the baseball diamond. But other than that, everything you said...
The circle,
correct.
excuse
I didn't do it.
Other than that, everything you said, I agree with.
I didn't do it yet.
Just stuck in baseball mode, I guess.
It's been a while since we were over there. Maybe not too long. We were there on Sunday, but what I should have said is it will be a while before we get back.
It has felt like a while since we've had a couple games here at the softball complex.
Well, the way I suffered in the elements yesterday, it felt like an eternity passed. And I took the mask off in between games, and now I'm suffering again. 2-1 the count on Anissa Acosta here. And that misses down and in for ball 3.
So Acosta in game 1 have a lot of big-time drives into the outfield. Just missing a home run her first time up. Count 3-1 here. You see Breen not really looking to give Acosta any good pitch to hit.
Comes 3-1. That's it out to right center again. But Acosta just got under it. Catch is made in the gap by Baker.
Nice job by Baker there to record the first out. Now brings up Eileen Balderas, who led it off for the Dolphins in game number 1.
Eileen Balderas, the batter. Eileen Balderas, the batter, has had my microphone up at my head. I apologize for that.
I was going to say, I was going to mention that to you, but I figured you knew, so.
Once I didn't hear my own voice in my headset, I started to
I thought
figure it
something
out.
was up with the mixer because I couldn't hear you either. Then I looked over like, oh, okay, never mind.
We figured it out.
Yeah.
Takes some time, but eventually we got it. Balderas looks at ball 2 there. She was 1 for 3 with a walk and a run scored in game 1. Anissa Acosta was just retired for the first time today. She was 3 for 3 in the first game. Comes the 2-0. That misses down and away, so Breen having command issues early in this game, and we saw that from both starters early in game 1.
And once they got into command issues early, they started to fix their command as the game went on. So we'll have to see if Breen can bounce back here down 3-0.
And that's it for a called strike. Count now 3-1. Three and 1 pitch coming. And that's tapped foul. Balderas just got a piece there.
Now the count 3-2. And Joe, I'd be interested to see if Carcano maybe goes on this pitch.
I would not be surprised. She's 6 of 8 on stolen base attempts. There she goes. Strikeout. And no throw out as Carcano beats the throw.
Beat just by a few inches on that one. So the Dolphins will have a runner in scoring position with 2 away. And Amelia Funsta coming up.
Stolen base number 7 in 9 tries on the year for Carcano. And that will give Amelia Funston a chance with a runner in scoring position and 2 out. Funston went hitless in game 1.
No, she would like to get a hit right here and bring home Carcano from second to give the Dolphins the first run of the game.
Dolphins broke through with runners in scoring position in the 6th inning of game 1. Have had issues in those spots before. And that's a good swing as the ball is dropped in right field. That was a routine line drive to right field, and D'Amelia just had to hit off her glove.
And that is a costly play right there for the Golden Knights. Dolphins will take advantage of that as they get the first run of the game. They're up 1-0.
Second error of the inning for the Golden Knights. That ball was hit hard, but it was hit right at D'Amelia, who settled underneath it, and it just got away. Now, we saw in game 1, the sun is an issue for defenders to the right of second base, and you have to think the sun played a role there on that play, as right now she's shielding her eyes from the sun in right field.
Yeah, we always know that here at the softball complex, when there is sun in right field, it's going to be a problem for those right fielders. And it played a dividend on that play, and the Dolphins take advantage, get the first run.
So the Dolphins are gifted their first run of the game. And Alyssa Acosta looks at a strike. The Dolphins still don't have a hit in this inning.
Unconventional first inning, but the Dolphins will take it nonetheless.
No question they'll take it. Comes the 0-1. And Acosta takes down and away. One and one the count on the Dolphins' left fielder. And that misses down and in.
A lot of pitches so far for Breen here in this bottom of the first inning. And now, because of that, she's down in the count 2-1.
2-1 on its way. That's sent foul. Two balls, two strikes, and two outs. Funston, the runner over at first. Here's the 2-2. And that's hit hard through the left side for a base hit. Funston moves up to second. And Acosta stops at first with a two-out single.
Nice job by Acosta pulling that to between the shortstop and the third baseman. Dolphins trying to get a little bit of a two-out rally here and bring home the second run of the game.
Number 23, Elizabeth Moore.
Dolphins get their first hit of the game with two outs in the opening inning. And it's left to Elizabeth Moore. And Moore hits one out to left. But waiting there to make the catch for the final out of the inning was Muller. Dolphins strand two in the first inning. They pick up one hit and one run. Staten Island over St. Rose, 1-0, heading to the second.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back from the CSI Softball Complex. Dolphins have an early 1-0 lead. Julia Rapinski will lead things off for the College of St. Rose, and she takes a strike.
Dolphins getting their first run on an E9 in right field. Also able to get that first hit on the Acosta two-out single, but only able to get one run in that first.
Rapinski on the season, 2 of 15. Very different looking lineup from what we saw in Game 1 from the Golden Knights. Comes the 1-1. That misses outside. And that ball is smoked right into the glove of Edwards. She can't believe she caught it. What a play.
What a play indeed, Joe, by Edwards. Had to put up the glove quickly as that ball was drilled up the middle. But a huge out number one recorded by the CSI pitcher.
Dolphins will certainly take it. One away here in the second. That pitch just missed. Matty Puopolo at the plate. In game one, tried to pull up her numbers as she's on here in her first at bat of game two. As she singles on that 1-0 pitch, and the Golden Knights have a one-out base runner.
Golden Knights will look to bring her around and tie this game. Nice one-out single for Puopolo.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 7, Nayana D'Amelia.
Well, I see the reason why we don't have her in the game one box score. Unless I have the wrong game here. We have a player. This is the game earlier this season. I apologize for that, as we have an ad on the play. So I thought I had the box score from game one on my screen. Somehow I got the box score from the game earlier this season. Now I have the correct box score.
At least you were able to catch on it.
Well, when I saw a player who didn't play, I knew we had the wrong box score. I still don't know how that box score got there.
Maybe from game one?
Maybe during the pregame of game one. You might be right. I was wondering why I didn't have Puopolo's number. She was 1 of 3 in game one with an RBI. Singled with 1 out here in the second inning. And then very quickly, the second out was recorded on the next ball put in play. Puopolo was erased on a fielder's choice by Nayana D'Amelia. Count here now 0-2 on Madison Muller. And she is retired quickly as the Dolphins put up a 0 here in the second. 1 stranded on base by the Golden Knights. 1 base hit and nothing more in the inning. Staten Island leads 1-0.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Bottom half of the second inning from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins lead by a run. And Rianne Mayer went around. Pitch call coming in from the St. Rose dugout. Here's the 0-1. That misses up and away.
Mayer scored one of the 5 runs for the Dolphins in game number 1. They get on base here, try to score again here in game number 2.
Mayer didn't have a hit, but reached on a walk during that 6th inning Dolphins rally. And here she gets ahead 2-1. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. That's fouled off. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins catcher. And that's hit to second on the ground. Toss to first in time, and there's one away.
Early out number 1 recorded by the Golden Knights. And it brings up Avery Mockery now here for the Dolphins.
Mockery did not play in game 1. Got a lot of action in yesterday's doubleheader against Queens. Comes in 6 of 30 on the season, hitting an even 200. And she looks at ball 1. Comes the 1-0. That misses low.
Again, early on, Breen with some command issues. Behind in this count, 2-0.
Mockery ahead in the count here. 2 balls and no strikes. And that catches the corner. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. And that off-speed pitch misses away.
Off speed, to say the least there, Joe. Now 3-1 in the count for Mockery.
Here's the 3-1. And that's hit in the air, foul territory down the right field line. Running a long way to get that ball. All the way from second base was Popolo for the second out.
Scored the first 2 outs of the inning. And brings up Sabrina Caffel, who we saw come in game number 1 as a defensive substitution for the Dolphins.
Two gone here in the home second. Sabrina Caffel will be the batter. Caffel came on for defense in game 1. Came out in the last half inning as Elizabeth Moore re-entered to bat for her. Was immediately greeted with 2 plays over at third. One a dribbler and the other a rocket. She's behind 0-1, and she takes outside.
We're going to continue the inning for the Dolphins, get a little bit of a 2-out rally.
One and 1 the count. Breen's pitch on its way, and that's hit softly back to the circle. Breen has it, throw to first in time, and the side is retired. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the second. They lead 1-0.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we are back for the third inning. Dolphins still leading 1-0. Abby Barikis will lead off for the College of St. Rose. She comes in 9 of 43 on the season, hitting at .209. Barikis also didn't play in game 1 as that sent foul down the left field line. Taking a quick look at the Game 2 lineup for the Golden Knights. I see 5 players who hit that are hitting here in Game 2, and 6 players from the Game 1 lineup that are also in the lineup for Game 2. A bit of a different look, but not entirely different.
You'll sometimes see changes when you have these non-conference games.
The way the standings play out at the end of the year, with conference standings really being all that matters in the grand scheme of things, you come to learn over time, as I have over 7 years here at CSI, that there's a reason for those non-conference games, and a big part of it is getting everyone a chance to play. Of course, there are schedule thresholds you have to meet for the NCAA, but a big part of the non-conference games is getting players who don't typically get in every day a chance to play. Especially in baseball and softball, where a lot of the time you can have your best players in there every day. Though in the case of the Dolphins, they've played back-to-back-to-back games a couple of times, have played 4 doubleheaders in 5 days once, and that really requires a lot of depth as Barikis draws the walk.
A leadoff walk for the Golden Knights here on the top of the third, as they are looking to tie this game.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 1, Caitlin Baker.
Caitlin Baker will be the batter. It's back to the top of the order for the Golden Knights, and Baker shows bunt, quickly aborts as she looks at ball 1.
Baker trying to advance the runner into scoring position here. Up in the count early, 1-0.
Baker waiting on Edwards here. Comes the 1-0 pitch. And that's bunted foul.
Corners will be in once again for the Dolphins. The 1-1 count. Gotta believe Baker's going to try to lay down a bunt again here.
I think you're right, Nick. Corners way in as she does bunt. Moore comes up throwing to first. The runner strays too far off second. And Barikis barely got back in.
Barely is a very good word for that, Joe.
It appeared for a moment she might be a bit shaken up, but she appears okay.
Here's a quick replay of the almost double play for the Dolphins. Just by a couple of inches, the Dolphins almost turning a very unconventional double play there. But Baker is able to advance the runner into scoring position with 1 away.
The throw was in time, but the tag was not applied. There was definitely a chance right there for an out at second base. So with that, there's 1 out. The sacrifice is successful. The Golden Knights have a runner in scoring position. And coming to the plate is Emma Schaub. And Schaub takes low for ball 1. Schaub is 0 for 1. And that's sent foul. And I think that may have ended up in the Dolphins' dugout.
I think it did.
Thought I saw somebody ducking down there.
Lewis telling me it landed in the bullpen.
They scattered quickly. My angle's not the best. Comes the 1-1. That's outside. Or I thought I heard the umpire say outside. It's a strike.
I thought it was outside too for a second. I put it up as a ball.
Me mentally, you on our scoreboard. As that pitch bounces, Schaub swings and misses. The runner takes off for third. And the runner is out at third base. Now, Nick, I know you can cue up a replay. We'll stay right here. watching that from my perspective, where I really can't see third base that well, I didn't think they had a chance.
Didn't look like it, Joe. We'll get a second look at it here on the replay.
You fill the viewers in
Throw to
because
first.
I can't see
See
it.
Acosta throwing it to third. They got it in time. It was a little bit of a bounce from Acosta's throw to third base, but a great tag applied by Elizabeth Moore to record that final out of the inning.
Well, I was about to say, that's a high-risk, low-reward throw, because if that throw got away, the run scores and the game is tied. And I didn't think they had a chance, but great throw by Acosta. Good job by Moore to scoop it and apply the tag. The Dolphins lead 1-0, heading to the home half of the third inning.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
Home half of the third inning coming up from the CSI Softball Complex. And Mariah Carcano pops up the first pitch, but that lands foul in between three Golden Knights.
Dolphins recording a unusual double play to end the previous half inning. 2, 3, 5 on that one to get out of the top of the third.
0-1 skips in. One ball and one strike the count on Carcano. She's 0 for 1 in this game. And she thought about a bunt, but pulls it back. And the count is 2-1.
It's going to force the third baseman, Popolo, to try, or I shouldn't say Popolo, but it's going to force the third baseman to stay in a little bit, Emma Schaub.
Comes the 2-1, and that's hit softly over to short. And the catch is made there by Barikis for the first out.
Short line drive out, number 1 for the Golden Knights. Bring up now Anissa Acosta here.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 34, Anissa Acosta.
And that will bring up Anissa Acosta. And Acosta takes down and in for ball 1. TJ is 0 for 1 in this game. Comes the 1-0 pitch. And that skips in.
Ken Breen not looking to give Acosta anything to hit here. Once again up in the count, 2-0.
Comes the 2-0. And that catches the outside corner. Two balls and one strike the count on the Dolphins' first baseman. And Acosta lines one into the glove of a diving Barikis. What a play at shortstop.
Barikis with an unbelievable web gem play right there. And a loud out number 2 recorded by the Golden Knights.
Acosta hits the ball hard once again, but Barikis was there to save a hit. 2 outs, base is empty. Eileen Balderas, the batter. Balderas is 0 for 1. And she looks at a ball. Comes the 1-0 pitch. That's a called strike.
Balderas trying to keep the inning going for the Dolphins here. The count being 1-1.
Comes the 1-1. That's high for ball 2. Dolphins dugout having some fun right now. They do have the lead. As Balderas swings and misses for strike 2.
Balderas a little bit behind on that pitch, and now count going to 2-2 with 2 away here at the bottom of the third.
Comes the 2-2. That's ball 3. We have seen a lot of 3-ball counts today. Breen entered this at bat with 43 pitches. This will be number 49. That's chopped foul.
Balderas had to go down and get that one. Just able to make some contact to keep the count 3-2.
Another 3-2 pitch upcoming. Balderas looking to keep the inning going for Amelia Funston. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. And the Dolphins are turned aside in the home third inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left on. We head to the 4th. Staten Island leading the College of St. Rose 1-0.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back for the 4th inning from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins still holding on to a 1-run lead. And that ball's hit hard on the ground and into right center field for a base hit. First pitch of the inning. And Isabella Milazzo is on with a leadoff single.
Well, good job with the Dolphins, at least, to cut that one down and prevent an extra base hit. So Golden Knights get a leadoff single on the first pitch of the inning. And now they're trying to tie this game.
That will bring up Madison Chandler. Chandler 0 for 1 in this game. Hits a double play ball to short. No one's covering second. And the Dolphins will settle for 1. But Caffel did all she could to get there. That ball was just hit so hard.
Caffel did not really have much time to get to the bag. But the Dolphins do at least record the out. 1 away here.
That's a hard hit out right there. Julia Rapinski, the batter. And she hits one into shallow center for a base hit. Carcano comes up throwing to second. But Chandler is in safely. And the Golden Knights have 2 on with 1 out. And I think that's all for Madison Edwards.
Early in this inning, a lot of first pitch swinging for the Golden Knights. And now they have first and second 1 away. And the Dolphins will be making a pitching change, Joe. It's going to be Alexandra Frenza coming on.
There's typically a lot of leeway the first two passes through the order for Dolphins pitching, but late in that second pass or early in the third pass, it's typically two base runners, quick hook. Alexandra Frenza comes on in relief for the second consecutive game. And with that, we will head to a quick break. Dolphins lead the Golden Knights 1-0.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
We are back from the CSI Softball Complex. Before the action resumes, we'd like to remind you one final time ahead of tomorrow night's event that you can get your tickets for the 2023 CSI Athletics Hall of Fame induction ceremony tomorrow night at csidolphins.com/HOF. I will be emceeing the event. It should be a great time here at the College of Staten Island as we honor 6 new inductees into our Athletics Hall of Fame. Joe Barresi, Pat Daddio, Melissa Gilardi, Tony Petoza, Jordan Young, and softball's Caitlin Flynn inducted into the Hall of Fame tomorrow night. As that's hit well out to right center field. That's over Mockery's head. It rolls all the way to the fence. 1 run will come in to score. Rapinski's being waved home. Throw to the plate, not in time. And the Golden Knights take the lead on a 2 RBI triple by Maddie Popolo.
Popolo got a nice drive into right field. And unfortunately for the Dolphins, it went over Mockery's head. 2 runs come in. Golden Knights now have the lead 2-1.
That ball was hit well into the right center field gap. And the ball is carried very well in that direction here today. Not a lot of wind. We don't say that often, as that's a bunt, flip to the plate, not in time. And the runner's headed for second, and now the Dolphins have her in a rundown as D'Amelia is tagged out. She bunts home a run, got greedy, and got tagged out, thinking the Dolphins weren't alert. But that gives the Golden Knights a 3-1 lead.
Does work in the favor of the Golden Knights. Unfortunately, a second out for them on the play. But now a 3-1 lead here in the top of the 4th. Trying to replay the hit into right field. Joe did not have enough time to do it.
Play at the plate was close. But without a force, that's a really tough out to get. Head first slide at the plate as well. Count 1 ball and 1 strike here. Madison Muller at the plate. Comes the 1-1. That misses up and away. Base is now empty with 2 outs. And that's hit well to center. But Carcano is underneath it, and she makes the catch for the final out of the inning. But not before the Golden Knights score 3 times. They take the lead. College of St. Rose over the College of Staten Island 3-1. Heading to the home half of the 4th.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can.
Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we're back for the home half of inning number 4. Dolphins are now trailing for the first time in this game, 3-1. Amelia Funston will lead things off for CSI. And she looks at a pitch off the outside corner for ball 1.
Dolphins could really use a spark here, Joe, after giving up the 3 spot in the top of the inning. Only just 1 hit for CSI so far in this game. Need some offensive spark here at the bottom of the 4th.
And the 1-0 misses down and away for ball 2.
CSI women's basketball team trying to encourage on the Lady Dolphins here with a 3-1 lead for the Golden Knights.
Comes the 2-0. And that's chopped in fair territory right in front of the plate. And, well, hopefully our viewers didn't hear that. Not that last part, anyway.
As long as it's not another Sal issue.
It was another Sal issue.
It was.
It wasn't Sal this time.
Yeah.
Let's just say the Dolphin supporters let their displeasure be known. Quite vocally, I should add.
Oh, man.
Boy, oh boy, as the great Mike Babusky used to say. Legend in his own right. As that's taken for a strike by Alyssa Acosta.
That was certainly something we'll have to listen back on, too, once this game is over. See if it maybe did pick up. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Comes the 0-1. And that's hit off the glove of Breen. She recovers. And that's the second out of the inning.
Breen saving a hit right there. That ball was going right up the middle, but she was able to get a glove down and just record the out. 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th.
I thought for a moment there I might have to cover my microphone again.
The Joker in disguise.
Joker spelled Joeker. Get it right. I will say, I wasn't sure the mask would make a difference. It is making an immense difference versus yesterday.
In a positive way or in a bad way?
Positive way.
Okay.
Positive way.
Okay.
And that's hit deep to left, but foul.
Just missing on that one. Moore did a nice shot into left field. Now down the count 0-2.
Another hard hit ball. Moore behind 0-2. And that misses away. One ball and 2 strikes, the count. Moore looking to get on for the first time in this game. Keep the inning going. That's taken for ball 2.
Breen is trying to make her chase on these previous 2 pitches. Now it's worked the count to 2-2 here.
Here comes the 2-2. There's a serious off-speed pitch, Nick.
And Moore was not budging at all on that one.
Well, that wasn't close, so that helped.
Lewis, I have no idea what that means. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Thank you, that's what I was asking for. I was going to ask the both of you, could you hit that pitch? How slow it is?
Not up there, as that's hit well to left. Did she get enough? And she did get enough for an extra base hit, as that one hops the fence, and Moore is into second base standing with a 2-out double.
Dolphin faithful are happy about that one. A big-time double for Moore. Keeps the inning going and gives CSI a chance to trim this deficit to 1 run.
All right, now back to Lou's question.
I have to unmute him, Joe, by the way. Cue up the replay real quick.
I have to think that with how long that ball took to get there, if I was given 3 at-bats, I would hit it eventually.
I'll take it eventually. You did used to play, so.
I played baseball when I was 10. I was good, but I was 10. That being said, I would guess that I was hitting pitches faster than that when I was 10. Did they move like that? No, but were they faster? Definitely.
Well, we'll have to see if you put that to the work and the faculty, staff versus students softball game.
That's right. It's coming up.
It is coming up.
Early May.
We are trying to
be there.
Trying to retain our title.
I wish I could plug the date, but I can't because I don't know it.
I think it was May 9th, but I could be completely wrong about that.
It's either the week of May 1st or the following week. It's one of those Tuesdays, right?
I believe so.
I think the 9th is a Tuesday.
I think so.
Okay. The 9th might be a Monday. It's on our website somewhere at csidolphins.com. If you go to the intramurals tab at the top of the athletics homepage, you'll find that schedule somewhere. Mayer ahead now 3-0. That's a 4-pitch walk.
And that's huge, Joe, because now brings the go-ahead run at the plate for the Dolphins and the tying run now at first. And I think we're going to have maybe a pinch hitter here, Joe.
Well, Avery Mockery's walk-up started, but they're going to cut that as we're going to have a pinch hitter.
Now we'll have to see who the pinch hitter is for CSI. It's going to be Natalia Noth. And what a big spot for Noth here. With something into the gap, she'll have a chance to potentially tie this game for the Dolphins. So, huge chance for Noth here.
So Noth comes up in a big spot. Dolphins have 2 on with 2 outs, trailing by 2 runs. And a base hit here could pull the Dolphins to within 1 or tie the game. Noth got the start in game 1. And she looks at a strike.
Dolphin faithful not happy about the call.
What's new? Comes the 0-1. And that misses for a ball.
Gotta say, they are passionate.
No question about that. The Fanatics always making noise, always making their presence felt.
Hopefully they didn't hear their presence on the microphone.
Yeah, hopefully you didn't hear it. That's a good point. Hopefully you did not hear their presence earlier.
And before, I don't know if you caught that last snippet, Joe. Hopefully the viewers didn't either.
Again?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yikes. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no is right.
Oh, no.
All right.
All right.
That pitch misses for ball 3.
And the Dolphins are now 1 pitch away from potentially having the bases loaded. Not up in the count, 3-1. Breen approaching 70 pitches now on the day.
And that misses.
And now, Joe, this is huge also because if Noth is able to put something in play with both runners moving, she has a chance to bring them home.
That was my mistake. That was a strike. I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment, trying to take care of something. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The count is full. The runners are going, and that is ball 4.
And now
the bases are loaded.
Now the bases are loaded, Joe. So what a chance right here for Sabrina Caffel. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Well, never mind, Joe. Sabrina Caffel's getting pinch hit. Couldn't finish my thought. But either way, whoever it is coming up for the Dolphins, they will have a big-time RBI chance with the bases loaded. A single will bring home 2 runs and tie this game. And it's going to be Victoria Whalen coming on.
So Whalen bats for Caffel with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Dolphins trailing by 2 runs. A base hit here likely would tie the game. An extra base hit gives CSI the lead. As the Dolphins will pinch run, so an extra base hit likely gives the Dolphins the lead, but we'll see.
Avery Mockery is re-entering now at first base.
So Mockery re-enters for Noth, who pinch hit for her. Noth is giving Whalen a rundown of perhaps what to expect.
Well, the way Breen's command has been, you gotta believe they're gonna tell Whalen, take a couple pitches, and if you see something that really is hittable, try to drive it into the gap or at least bring home a run.
Whalen comes to bat. Dolphins trailing by 2, bases loaded, 2 outs. And Whalen looks at a strike.
Breen needed that early on in this at bat. Try to build some confidence, get this final out of the inning, and prevent any run from coming in.
Here comes the 0-1. And that's taken low.
1-1 count here. You know Whalen would love to get a hit here to tie this game.
Here comes the 1-1. And that's hit through the left side for a base hit. Moore will score. And the tying run is stopped at third as Victoria Whalen comes through with an RBI single.
Big time hit for Whalen there, and now a 1-run game, and the Dolphins still have the bases loaded.
And Sabrina Caffel will re-enter and run for Whalen over at first.
What a productive at-bat for Whalen. She is pumped up, the Dolphins are pumped up, and we've got a good one now. 3-2, bases are still loaded. Can Mariah Carcano give CSI back the lead?
A base hit would at least tie the game. It could give the Dolphins the lead. Dolphins very nearly tied the game right there, but that ball was hit just a bit too hard. And I think Whalen needed every bit of that base hit to get it through the left side.
And we talked about the CSI had a big base running mishap in game 1. Almost got one there. Thankfully enough for them, they were able to hold Mayer at third, keep the bases loaded.
Well, that was a good job by Mayer to pick up Tracy Garofalo at third base. Because you have to think off the bat, she had tying run in mind.
And the same thing for Carcano in this at-bat. Wait for something good in this at-bat. Do not swing at the first strike.
And Carcano does take a strike. That evens the count at 1. The Dolphins have just 3 hits in this game. Have put together some very good at-bats, drawn some walks. A couple of walks anyway. 2 issued in the game, but a lot of deep counts. And that's on the outside corner for a called strike 2.
And now Mariah will have to protect the plate here in a big spot. Down the count 1-2. Trying to avoid a strikeout and try to keep the inning going for CSI.
Breen 1 strike away from stranding the bases loaded. Carcano hopes to keep this inning going. And that is a called strike 3 on the outside corner. And the Dolphins settle for 1 in the 4th. CSI strands the bases loaded. They get 1 run closer. Our score now 3-2. St. Rose over Staten Island. Abby Barikis will lead things off for the Golden Knights here in the top half of the fifth. And, Nick, we have yet another good one as these two teams have played 3 highly competitive games this year. The first 2 both decided by a run, and once again we have a one-run game here.
Dolphins had a good opportunity to tie the game, but the Golden Knights straining the bases loaded to keep it a one-run game. But, Joe, it looks like we are in for a very good finish.
Absolutely. As Barikis is without an official at bat, she has walked and is now behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dolphins went to the bullpen last inning. Alexandra Frenza back to the circle. She was promptly greeted with an extra base hit, but she got out of the inning.
Frenza also had a couple of violations called against her in game number 1.
I don't know what was going on there, Nick.
Do you know the exact violation? Because I know exactly what happened. She gets a strikeout right there.
I know it was a violation with her pitching motion that involved double tapping 2 separate feet on the rubber, perhaps? Is that
I think it was. I think she left. I wanted to say she left the circle as the at-bat was going on, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think it's an illegal motion. Lewis was trying to explain it. You can unmute his mic, and he can
go ahead, Lewis.
I think what they were questioning was the back foot of the pitcher needs to stay in one spot before rocking back and then coming forward. I think what they were saying was that she was double tapping and you can't do that.
Okay, so I knew it was something with the foot. Now, at one point in the game, I could have sworn I saw the umpire signal to his wrist, which I think would indicate timing. And maybe that is, in technical terms, a timing violation with the delivery, but when I hear timing violation, I think of time as in minutes and seconds.
Right.
So, perhaps not as well-versed in the rules as I should be, but I think for someone who's a student of the game and knows what all the violations entail, we adequately described what happened anyway. Dolphins dugout not exactly happy with the strike zone right now as that gets away and rolls to the backstop.
For Frenza, just need to get past that and try to focus on getting this out right here. High in the count early, 3-1. Look to force something in play or at least get a second strike.
3 balls and 1 strike the count here on Caitlin Baker. And Baker pops it up beyond the infield. Could be trouble, and that falls. Nobody is covering second base. The Dolphins have Baker in a rundown, but they throw it away. And Baker is safe at first.
Well, the issue for the Dolphins right there, Joe, is the infield was in. So Caffel was not able to make the play. And she had a long run into pretty much into the outfield to try to make that catch. But it goes down as a bloop single for the Golden Knights there.
Bunt laid down by Schaub, and Frenza had it hit off her glove. A pair of defensive miscues for the Dolphins. They should have had, in all likelihood, the second out over at first base. And very easily could have had an out on that play as well. That was bunted pretty hard back toward the circle. Now Tracy Garofalo is going to have a word with her entire infield here, along with her catcher, Rianne Mayer, and the pitcher, Frenza. No pitching change up coming in this spot. And Nick, that last couple of plays in a one-run game could loom very large with only 1 out in the inning and a chance for the Golden Knights to extend their lead.
And that's why Tracy had the circle visit, trying to focus on getting these final 2 outs of the inning. 2 bad mishaps in the field. If they're able to maybe potentially turn a double play, they could get out of this jam, but they really need to just focus on getting the second out here and avoid keeping it, or at least keep it, a one-run game.
Isabella Milazzo will be the batter. Chance here for her to extend the St. Rose lead as that sliced foul and out of play down the right field line. Milazzo in this game, 2 for 2. She's been a tough out all afternoon. And that misses just inside.
Again, the Dolphins faithful not happy with the strike zone. It's going to happen a lot as these games are going on.
If we could mic up the crowd in the Dolphins dugout right now, that'd be a lot of fun. So that's popped up. That was hit further than I thought. Catch is made by Mockery. Throw goes to third, and that allows the runner to advance to second.
Well, the Dolphins do get the second out. Either way, both runners did advance on the sacrifice fly. So now, a single here for the Golden Knights could bring home 2 runs and increase their lead to 3. Forenza isn't out away, though, from getting out of this jam.
Now, Nick, did they have a play at third there?
No, they wouldn't have gotten the throw.
I didn't think so, and that's not a good throw.
The smart idea is throw it to second base, prevent that runner from first to going over.
That ball's popped up. Shallow right. And Mockery has it. And that will do it. For the top half of the fifth, the Dolphins stay within a run. They come to bat, trailing 3-2. And we are back for the home half of the fifth. A tumultuous top half of the inning for the Dolphins, but they escape unscathed. Are you guys laughing at the crowd again?
I was laughing at you. Would say tumultuous.
Oh. That's what got you?
Well, Lewis just said you're a funny chief.
That's insulting.
But either way, in that inning, good job by Forenza. After the 2 mishaps in the field for the Dolphins, they were able to get out of the jam, keep this a 1-run game, and give their bats a big opportunity here in the bottom of the 5th inning to try to regain the lead.
And Acosta looks at a strike. She'd gotten ahead 2-0.
I think that's I was going to say that's the 3rd time I think today she's been in the count in this game, at least up 2-0 in the count.
TJ's been a tough out for the last couple of weeks, swinging a hot bat. A rare 0 in this game thus far. She's 0 for 2. 1 pitch away from reaching on a walk here.
And that could give the Dolphins the go-ahead run at the plate. 3-1 count. Breen could really use a strike here.
Comes the 3-1. That's not close, as Acosta draws the walk. And we may have a pitching change coming here.
I think we are, Joe.
And it is an equipment change.
There is a pitcher warming up, or 2 pitchers warming up in that Golden Knight bullpen. So we'll have to see how long Breen goes. But now, with the go-ahead run at the plate for the Dolphins, they've got a chance right here. Go ahead, Lewis.
She is, in fact, at 83 pitches, so a pitching change could be imminent. It is 33-9 warming up in the bullpen for the Golden Knights.
Someone get that man a roster.
That'd be Samantha Allen and Jenna Plew.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Lewis. Eileen Valderas, the batter. She's 0 for 2 in the game. Sun beginning to set over the CSI softball complex. We're past 5:30 now. As Valderas takes ball 2, and the Fanatics are getting a bit louder.
Trying to rattle the pitcher here.
They're rattling me. A little close.
A little close for comfort, as some would say.
too close to my microphone. Comes the pitch, and that's it out to left. And the diving catch is made in left field. What a play by Muller.
Muller just saved a big-time extra base hit right there. And a huge How number 1 recorded by the Golden Knights.
That was some catch by Muller. That absolutely robbed Balderas of a base hit. And if she doesn't make that catch, the Dolphins may score a run. New life for Breen, who was probably a few inches away from 2 on and nobody out, or a tie game. Both not the outcome she's looking for, as Amelia Funston takes ball 1. Funston 0 for 2 in this game. She's coming off a nice week last week. Looking for a big hit here. At the very least, wants to move Acosta up to second, and she's now ahead 2-0.
Husky keeping it in front of her on that ball in the dirt. But once again, Breen is behind the count 2-0.
Here comes the 2-0 pitch. And that ball is smoked through the right side for a base hit. Acosta moves up to second, and Funston is on first with a 1-out base hit.
Funston has been swinging a hot bat as of late for the Dolphins. A nice single between the first and second baseman, and now the tying run is in scoring position for CSI.
That will bring up Alyssa Acosta. She's 1 for 2 in this game. Once again, the Dolphins in a spot where a base hit could tie it.
Alyssa looking to bring home her sister from second.
And that is hit over to third. Diving stop there, and the tag is applied. Acosta is out. Schaub robs the Dolphins of another potential hit.
What a play by Schaub right there. And a heads-up play by her to tag out Acosta at third. And a big-time out number 2 forced. It's going to be up to Elizabeth Moore to try to bring home that tying run for CSI.
Well, Schaub definitely didn't have a play at first. Maybe had a play at second, but she was able to get up off the infield dirt and tag Acosta for the second out. As Liz Moore looks at a strike. Moore's 1 for 2. Dolphins once again looking for a big 2-out base hit. Comes the 0-1. That's popped up. Foul territory. And the catch is made by Schaub for the final out of the inning. Dolphins strand 2 on base. They remain trailing by a run as we head to the 6th. St. Rose 3, Staten Island 2. Sixth inning from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins once again had a chance to get even in the 5th, stranded 2 on base. According to our statistician, Louis Matrone, they have now left 7 on during this game. But we'll have 6 more outs to play with. They hope to remain behind by just a run.
Fortunately for CSI, that has been a problem for them on the season. But as you said, Joe, they have 6 outs to try to fix that problem and to regain this lead. They did a good inning out of Frenza here to keep it 3-2.
Well, we said it at the top of the broadcast. Yesterday, a tough day for this team with their playoff chances taking a big hit We were curious to see how they would respond, and they've responded today. They played well in these 2 games. They hope to play well enough to pick up a win here in Game 2. One ball and 1 strike the count on Julia Rapinski, and she fouls that pitch away. Rapinski is 1 for 2 in the game. Behind her, Popolo is 2 for 2, and D'Amelia is 1 for 2. So important to get an out to open this inning for Frenza, and that won't do it.
Trying to force her to chase on the outside corner. Count now going at 2-2 as Frenza trying to get a punch out here to start the 6th.
And that's hit in the air to right field. And Mockery has it for out number 1.
Nice job by Mockery to track that one down. The Sun was not playing a factor for her on that one. Dolphins get the first out of the inning.
The sun has gotten a bit lower as we approach 6 p.m. By the time we were finished yesterday, it was cold outside. Much nicer day today.
We were hoping for that.
Yes, I certainly was.
Yeah.
I came with extra layers out in the vehicle. Maddie Popolo, the batter. She's 2 for 2 with a couple of RBIs in this game. And now she's ahead in the count, 2-0.
Popolo has had some good swings in this game. Frenza trying to be careful in this at-bat.
And that pitch is in for a called strike. Frenza back in the at-bat behind 2-1. And she misses away for ball 3.
Count now going to 3-1 here. Popolo trying to reach on with a 1-out walk.
Pitch number 32 from Frenza is in for a strike. And the count is full.
Huge 3-2 pitch coming up here.
And that is on the inside corner for a called strike 3. Now, given the reaction of Popolo turning out of the way, I don't think she expected to get rung up on that pitch. 2 gone in the inning.
Nice job by Frenza with that inside pitch to get strike 3. And is now 1 out of the way for giving the Dolphins a chance at the bottom of the 6th inning to tie the game.
3 hitters who have had nice days at the plate were due up for the Golden Knights in this inning. 2 have been retired. 1 more for Frenza to get. She's going to put up a scoreless 6th, but once again she falls behind 2-0. Diana D'Amelia at the plate. As I mentioned before, she's 1 for 2, has an RBI in this game. Count now 3-0. And Frenza finds the zone with the 3-0 pitch.
Now let's see if Frenza can get another strike here, or at least try to get something into play to record that final out.
And the 3-1 is swung on and missed.
Fastball right there. And now full count, 3-2. Frenza a strike away from her 1-2-3 inning.
Frenza looking to get her offense right back to the plate. And that catches the inside corner for a called strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Alexandra Frenza to wrap up the top half of the 6th. We head to the home half of inning number 6. Dolphins still trailing by 1 run. Bottom of the 6th inning from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins still trailing by a run. They will have 7, 8, and 9 due up against a new pitcher. Samantha Allen back in the circle for the 2nd consecutive game in relief.
Good thing for the Dolphins, they were able to see Allen in that first game, I should say. And they were able to see that Allen had a little bit of command issues as that game was going on. So the Dolphins will look to try to pounce on that and try to tie this game and potentially take the lead.
Well, she's missed with 2 straight. Dolphins got back closer in game 1 behind a bunch of walks.
And Mayer was one of those walks in that inning.
She was the 2nd batter to walk in that 6th inning for the Dolphins. And Mayer takes a strike. Mayer in this game is 0 for 1. She walked again in this game. Working on that on-base percentage. Hit the ball hard twice yesterday. And hits the ball hard again here. This time, she is rewarded with a base hit.
That good timing, Joe. This time it paid off for her. Nice single up the middle, and now the Dolphins have the tying run at first base. Go-ahead run at the plate. Big chance for CSI to try to tie this game.
Well, that was good timing for the Dolphins. Those who are not familiar with MLB The Show will have no idea what you're talking about.
Absolutely not.
When you say good timing. But that is a well-timed base hit for the Dolphins, trailing by just a run. They have the leadoff batter on. Now Nick.
I was going to say bunt. Was thinking the same thing. That's where you were going.
That is where I was going. Do you think they will? Not now.
I don't know. I don't know. Down 0-1.
Not now, but I would have been mildly surprised. That's popped up. Shallow right. Falling fast. And the catch was made. Mayer is doubled off first. And there are 2 away.
And unfortunately, Joe, if the Dolphins were to lose this game, it could be another base running mishap that could cost them. Mayer thought that was maybe going to bloop into right field for a single. It did not. And now there's 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
You cannot get doubled off there, Nick. Worst case, if it does fall, it's going to be a close play at second. Like, if that gets away, they're going to need a good throw to get an out at second.
That's just an unfortunate break for CSI there. And it's going to be up to Sabrina Caffel now to try to keep the inning going.
I'll tell you, the air has been taken out of this building with that double play. It's gotten eerily quiet.
You really hope for CSI that Caffel can get on to try to get that momentum back.
Caffel now ahead 2-0. And I think that double play becomes a much more serious error when you have a pitcher in the circle right now who's struggling with control. Caffel ahead 3-0. She takes a strike. Now they've used Caffel as a pinch runner, so you know she has decent speed. The Dolphins can get her on. It's back to the top of the lineup.
Dolphins would like to give the top of the order a runner on first. And they will.
Now, the Dolphins don't run much, Nick. But if there was ever a time where they might try and steal a base, I think this is it.
I'd be curious, Joe, if maybe a hit and run could happen in this scenario.
I think the case against it is that you have your best hitters coming up. But I could definitely see it. Dolphins have had a tough time hitting with 2 outs and runners on base. Especially with the pitcher in the circle who has command issues right now. That catches the corner for a strike. Carcano's 0 for 3. If anyone's due, it's Mariah right now. And that's chopped short. They'll go to first with it, and that was a relatively close play, but Carcano is out, and the side is retired. Dolphins get a 2-out base runner, a big double play for the first 2 outs in that inning. Gave the Dolphins 2 outs, and the base is empty. They strand 1, and we head to the 7th. 1-run game, St. Rose 3, Staten Island 2. Seventh inning from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins still trailing 3-2. Madison Muller will lead things off, and she takes ball 1. Muller made that diving grab out in left field. That was a huge play in this game, Nick, as if that ball gets by her, the Dolphins could have tied the game.
A lot of things have unfortunately not gone the Dolphins' way. Muller made a huge catch, as you said, on that play. It's also the play at third base by Schaub to tag out Acosta at third. And unfortunately for CSI in that previous half inning, they had that base running mishap that got the double play. It'll be up to Frenza to try to keep this a 1-run game going into the bottom of the 7th inning.
It's been a lot of different things today that have afflicted the Dolphins. Some in their control, some not. But a lot of different areas just not breaking in their direction. Had that call at first in Game 1, the untimely pitching violation. Here in this game, they had the out at third base, that double play. And Frenza once again has a full count. It's 3-2.
Frenza looking for a huge strikeout to start off this inning.
And there it is.
Right on cue.
Frenza strikes out Muller for the first out. And that will bring up Abby Barikis. Now, Barikis also made a great play in the field earlier. Diving catch on a line drive at short. Dolphins have 5 hits. Could easily have 7 or 8.
Sure up to Anissa Acosta on that line drive to short.
Speaking of Anissa Acosta, Dolphins will have 2, 3, and 4 in the 7th. And Acosta will lead off.
And if there's anyone you want leading off in a potential 1-run game, if Frenza can keep it that way, it would be Anissa. So it'll be up to Frenza to try to keep it 3-2 going into that bottom of the 7th.
And Frenza's behind 3-0 again.
Command has been an issue for Frenza in this game. She has worked back in the count a couple times. She'll need to do that here down 3-0.
Well, the walk numbers have been high this year for Frenza. The hit numbers, in terms of hits allowed, 96 in 87 innings to go along with 67 walks. So the hit number, not too high, but the walks, 67 in 87 innings, that's a very high number. Dolphins infield will confer in the circle here. It's a 1-out base runner for the Golden Knights. Barikis on first. Caitlin Baker is due up to bat. And she will come down the third base line and take her spot in the left-hand hitter's batter's box. Now, a lot of times here, you'll see a bunt in an attempt to double as a hit, while also moving the runner. If the Dolphins commit to the bunt, you have to watch out for that slap.
Corners are in for CSI. But you're right, Joe. If a slap goes through, it could be dangerous for CSI.
Well, Dolphins have the middle infielders back at regular depth as Baker bunts foul. Friends ahead now, 0-2.
Now there will be no bunt attempt for sure on this one. 0-2. Friends are looking for another strikeout in this inning to record the second out.
Frenza has 4 strikeouts as they do bunt with 2 strikes, and that rolls foul. So, did they? What's the call, Nick? What just happened? The batter is out, and the runner is going back to first. I was awfully confused for a second. That's what I thought should have happened, but nobody was moving.
I don't often get speechless, Joe. I'm very speechless about that play.
Well,
and not for a good reason.
I thought I knew what had transpired, and then I saw neither of the base runners moving and was very confused. But it's all sorted out.
Thankfully.
That goes down as a strikeout. 2 away now, runner on first, and Emma Schaub swings and misses at that pitch. Schaub is 0 for 3. Friends are looking to send the Dolphins to the home 7th, trailing by a run. And the 1-1 is sent foul.
And now Friends are a strike away from her 3rd of the inning. They're giving the Dolphins a chance to tie it or walk it off in the bottom of the 7th.
1 ball and 2 strikes the count on the Golden Knights' third baseman. Friends' pitch on its way. Runner going. Throw to second is high and into center field. But Barikis was in the middle of her slide. She could not advance.
That's big that she was not able to advance on that throw. Keeps the runner at second, but a single could bring her home. So Frenza will need to try to avoid that here in this 2-2.
And the 2-2 is popped up. Foul. I think the one thing Frenza needs to be careful of is the walk here. You do not want to walk Schaub and give Milazzo another chance. Go after her. And she does. As Schaub swings and misses for strike 3, and the side is retired. St. Rose strands a runner in scoring position. Their lead remains a single run. Dolphins come to bat down to their final 3 outs, looking to stay alive in this game. And we are back. Bottom half of the 7th inning. 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Dolphins. They trail by a run. And that is chopped foul. Anissa Acosta leading things off for the Dolphins. She's 0 for 2 with a walk. Behind her, Eileen Balderas and Amelia Funston.
This is the part of the order that CSI would love, that likes to have, especially in this situation, down a run, trying to walk it off or at least tie the game.
And that ball is sent right into the glove of Allen. How did she catch that?
That was a scorcher.
We saw that play go in the other direction back in the first inning.
And she didn't even flinch, Joe, too.
I can't believe we saw 2 plays like that the same day. Unbelievable. That's how this game started for the Golden Knights. And for the Dolphins, that's the first out here in the home 7th. Eileen Balderas, the batter, and she takes a strike.
A loud out number 1 for the Dolphins. It's Balderas now trying to get on to give CSI the tying run on base.
Dolphins still with 5 hits, could easily have 8 or 9. As Balderas pops one up, shallow right center, could be trouble, and the ball is dropped. It rolls past the center fielder, and Balderas is into second base standing.
And now, Joe, now it gets more interesting on that play, because now the Dolphins have a runner in scoring position on that error. Huge chance for Amelia Funston to tie this game.
Popolo dropped it, and then it got past, I believe in center field, that's Baker, it is. It got past her. Good base running by Balderas to pick up on that. Immediately, it wasn't clear that ball would get away, but it did get far enough for Balderas to move up to second. Tying run in scoring position, Amelia Funston at the plate, and she looks at ball 1. Funston at the plate, 1 for 3. Behind her, Alyssa Acosta is 1 for 3. Liz Moore is 1 for 3, and Rianne Mayer is 1 for 2. Each of the next 4 Dolphins that will bat has a base hit in this game, as Funston takes a strike.
You know Funston is looking to drive something into right field and bring Balderas home. Huge chance here with the count being a 1-1.
You can see the outfielders shielding their eyes from the sun here. For at least the next 15 or 20 minutes, that setting sun behind the trees to our left is going to be a problem. Any ball hit to the outfield could be problematic.
We saw that's how the Dolphins got their first run of the game. They would love to get another chance right here.
Here comes the 2-1. And that's outside for ball 3.
And now it's interesting because if Funston were to get on, then the winning run's at first base, and you have to believe the Dolphins would pitch run in that scenario. So
if they do, Funston's day would be done.
That would be the only disadvantage of taking her out.
Here comes the 3-1 pitch. And that's a strike.
Allen needed that one.
You never want to intentionally walk the winning run on base, but if Funston did get on, it would set up a force all around.
Huge pitch. 3-2. Tying run at second and 1 out.
Comes the payoff pitch. And that's it out to left field, but right at the left fielder, Muller. She didn't have to move.
What a bad break for CSI. Funston had a good contact on that one, but it went right to Muller, as you said, Joe. And now it's up to Alyssa Acosta to try to tie this game 2 away here.
That ball once again hit very hard right at Muller. The Dolphins have hit 2 scorchers in this inning. Both have gone for outs. And it's left to Alyssa Acosta, who takes up and away for ball 1. Want to know the count on Acosta.
If you look at the defensive alignment, Joe, all playing to the third base bag.
Well, they know Acosta capable of slapping that ball to the left side, but we've seen it several times these last couple of days. She's driven hard hit balls up the middle, and there's a big hole between second and short right now.
If she's able to get something there, could give Balderas a great chance to tie this game.
If she hits it to center, I think Balderas would score. And Acosta takes ball 3.
And now it's big because if she walks, it now forces her as the winning run at first base.
Elizabeth Moore would be next. Here comes the 3-0. And Acosta takes all the way.
Showed bunt for half a second. Count now 3-1.
Allen about to throw pitch number 28 here. Here comes the 3-1. And that misses for ball 4.
And now the winning run is at first base for the Dolphins. Elizabeth Moore has a chance. If something can get into the gap, she can win it for CSI.
And will the Golden Knights make a pitching change here? Doesn't appear that way. It looks like a conference in the circle. PJ Anadio having a word with his team. Elizabeth Moore coming to the plate. 1 for 3 in this game. And Nick, the way these last 2 days have gone, a tough loss in game 1 today, the sweep yesterday against Queens, putting a damper on the final 2 weeks of the season, it really feels like the Dolphins could use a hit in this spot in a big way.
They really could use a huge hit right here for Moore to at least give them some momentum as the season is looming towards its end. If Moore is able to do that, she could tie the game. If something can get into the gap, she could potentially win the game. You have to believe she wants that chance. Looking for something from Allen, a mistake pitch here, try to give CSI one opportunity to win or tie this game.
2 outs. Runners on first and second, bottom half of the 7th. The Dolphins trail by a run. First pitch on its way. And how about that off-speed pitch, Nick?
We saw yesterday's game, Joe. In game number 2, the Dolphins had bases loaded and the winning run at the plate. They were not able to win the game. They've got another chance here, but that first pitch was very off-speed, and it's 0-1.
And Moore swings and misses for strike 2.
2 straight off-speed pitches there from Allen, and she's a strike away, getting out of the jam and giving the Golden Knights a big win.
You have to think that during that circle conference, Golden Knights may have scripted this at bat out in terms of pitch selection and what the plan of attack would be against Moore.
Curious to see if she goes fastball here.
Comes the 0-2, and that's chopped to the right side of the infield. Hits slowly. Moore slides into first, but she is out, and the ball game is over. The Dolphins lose to the Golden Knights by a single run for the 3rd time this season as St. Rose comes into the CSI softball complex and sweeps the College of Staten Island.
Another heartbreaker for the Dolphins. Had a chance in that bottom of the 7th inning. Moore just, unfortunately, with a slow dribble at second, made a great attempt to slide at first and keep the game going. Unfortunately, just called out, and the Dolphins lose another heartbreaker. They lose this one 3-2.
So for the Dolphins, they dropped their 4th game in the last 24 hours. Lost a couple to Queens yesterday, lose 2 to the Golden Knights here today. But, Nick, Dolphins battled back in both games. They did have an early lead in this one, fell behind 3-1, worked their way back to within a run. They had their chances, could not come through with a big hit.
And they just had a lot of unfortunate circumstances happen in this game. The double play that happened in right field, Acosta getting tagged out at third base. Unfortunately, the CSI Dolphins had their chances. They were just not able to capitalize at the end of the day. They lose a heartbreaker in this one 3-2, and now they'll have to try to bounce back after this game.
And we will be back here at the CSI Softball Complex this weekend. The games against St. Thomas Aquinas College, scheduled for Sunday, might be pushed back. Right now it looks like we'll be looking at a 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. start on Sunday. Nick will not be here. He is going to be attending the New York Knicks playoff game.
I will be.
I will be at MSG on Friday. I will be back here on Sunday at the College of Staten Island calling CSI Dolphins softball. We don't know yet if we're going to have color commentary on Sunday. We will wait and see, but at the very least, I will be here to bring you through all of the action on Sunday. We do have our Hall of Fame event tomorrow night, the 2023 CSI Athletics Hall of Fame induction ceremony. You can get your tickets at csidolphins.com/HOF. Tickets, I believe, should still be on sale at the very least through tonight, but you can head to csidolphins.com/HOF for complete information on tickets. The event begins tomorrow night at 7 p.m. 6 new inductees going into the Hall of Fame. Joe Barresi, Pat Daddio, Tony Petoza, Caitlin Flynn, Melissa Gilardi, and Jordan Young. You don't want to miss that. But until Sunday, this has been Joe Foreman alongside my broadcast partner, Nick Bavona. And from all of us here at the College of Staten Island, thank you for watching. It is a sweep for the College of St. Rose over CSI. They win here in Game 2 by a final score of 3-2. Enjoy the rest of your week. We will see you again on Sunday as the Dolphins return to conference play against St. Thomas Aquinas.